Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our program is about to begin. Please welcome Mirabella Brocate El-Bazzi of Semafor.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us at Semafor World Economy. I'm Mirabella Brocate El-Bazzi, Chief Brand and Strategy Officer here at Semafor, and we are so delighted to welcome you. Semafor was launched 3 years ago at a time defined by information overload, eroding trust, and accelerating complexity. we set out to provide the antidote, fair-minded, transparent, and global intelligence for the new world economy. Semafor World Economy brings our vision to life. It's now the largest gathering of global CEOs in America. This year alone, we will convene over 500 major global CEOs, 25 G20 finance ministers and central bankers, a quarter of the US Senate, and hundreds of top leaders across business and government from more than 90 countries. The discussions that you'll hear across this week are powered by Semafor's global newsroom, who've all gathered here from across Africa, Asia, Europe, and the Gulf. Our conversations will focus on helping leaders navigate increasing uncertainty and extraordinary complexity by curating the richest insights and ideas and diverse perspectives across the new world economy. This afternoon's session, the Geoeconomics of AI, will examine how AI is rapidly becoming the defining variable of global economic strength, reshaping productivity, industrial capacity, and national advantage at an unprecedented speed. Our conversations are going to examine how choices made today will ultimately determine the ways in which AI becomes a real stabilizing force for shared prosperity. I'd love to express our deepest gratitude to Coupang for their presenting partnership of this track. We are so grateful for their support in helping us create a space for independent, intelligent, and transparent live journalism. And with that, let's get to the news.
Please welcome Bob Frenzel of Xcel Energy, Pedro Pizarro of Edison International, and Tim McDonnell of Semafor.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. Great to see you all here again. Hope everybody got some lunch and is enjoying the conference. And I'm so happy to be up here again talking about grids and the power sector and getting more electrons available for data centers and factories and air conditioners and everything else that we need in the future with two gentlemen who are, we were just talking backstage about utilities being friends, not enemies. They're sort of not competitors, but actually kind of partners in a national infrastructure network that's very much interconnected, and they need to work very closely together. Pedro, maybe just to start with you, I think you've made an argument for a long time that electrification in general is as much an energy security imperative, not just something related to climate or anything like that. I mean, what are you taking away from the crisis in Iran about the imperative for electrification? What kind of effect do you see this having on sort of a tailwind for the power sector going forward?
Thanks, Tim, and thanks for having us here. You're already reading about the impact it might have on how people are viewing electric cars, electric transportation, as an example. And so the reality is that as the grid evolves, as the energy sector continues to transform itself, it's a transformation that will make us more resilient. We do see in a state of California, the world's fifth largest economy, it does continue to be focused on achieving net zero by 2045. We see electrification and the use of that clean electricity, with clean electricity, being the prime tool to get there. But what's interesting about that is that it also has a long-term affordability advantage, because from a physics perspective, that electric engine in your car is using a lot less energy to move a mile than the gasoline engine in your prior car. And so we see that our average customer will have a 40% reduction in real terms in their total energy bill. Electric plus gas plus gasoline, as we get up to 2045, our average customer today is spending 7% of household income on that total energy bill. We think that becomes 3%. But that said, it's therefore very important that we as electric power companies think ahead to how we make the system more and more resilient, even as we see more impacts from extreme weather, because if our customers are going to be dedicating more of their lives, powering more of their lives with electricity, we need to make sure that we're making that electricity more resilient as the world continues.
And you've definitely been at the forefront of that, dealing with wildfires, and we can jump back to that a little bit later. And I want to ask Bob to kind of expand on this price issue, because I think to Pedro's point, there's a sort of deflationary advantage in electrification. But in the nearer term, as you look at we've been focused in this conference a lot on inflation related to oil and natural gas prices. How does the crisis ripple through your business in terms of higher supply chain costs? Do you see some demand destruction? What do you kind of expect, or how is this going to translate to higher electricity prices in the near term for people? What are you kind of looking at as the effects from that?
Yeah, just tacking on to what Pedro said, resiliency is probably a word that's been one of the highest. If you did a word cloud in the decade of the 2020s, you'd see resilience is really high on it. And this conflict in Iran is heightening that as well. You see people thinking about energy security, you think people seeing about agricultural security globally, and you think that there's a price and a benefit to being more resilient. And we're seeing that play out in the United States as well. We start from a position as a sector being, a very affordable product, high reliability, high affordability, driving towards high sustainability. As we see the conflict through Iran happen, natural gas prices in the United States are actually relatively muted relative to what's happened globally because of the conflict on Iran. We're much more linked on an oil basis than we are on a natural gas basis. So from a power sector perspective, the direct impact of a conflict in Iran is going to be relatively limited in the United States, certainly in the short term. We are watching very much the global macro and the national macro impacts of higher input costs, oil, agriculture, ultimately trickling through the price of goods sold, whether it's heavy equipment that we need to build out the grid and new power plants heading into the future and powering this wave of AI data centers. And obviously with any macroeconomic and national economic challenges, that affects how our businesses perform and how our customers feel about affordability, how they feel about utilization of our products. So we're hyper-focused on price and affordability. I think we've done a great job as an industry managing it through an inflationary and supply chain time. And I think that as we add more load to the U.S. grid, you're going to see affordability actually be beneficial, not the other way around, because more units of good produced through the same fixed infrastructure of the grid means a lower price for everybody. More property taxes paid into individual counties from data centers mean property taxes for everybody actually come down. That should help defray some of the affordability concerns we've seen from the acceleration of AI.
Pedro, do you agree that there's something that people are sort of getting in the popular narrative sort of backwards about the relationship between AI data centers and affordability? So there's big concern about potential cost increases. To Bob's point, maybe the opposite is true. How are you looking at prices at this point?
I think Bob's point is spot on, right? The more load and use of the grid that we can get, for that fixed investment, the less the pressure on affordability. And it's important that you think about how there's a lot of focus on data centers right now, but there's really three broad drivers of load growth in the country. And for historical background, we haven't seen this kind of load growth nationally since probably after World War II. And so data centers are one of those vectors, but the second is the re-onshoring of manufacturing. And the third, the one that's most prevalent in my home state, is electrification. Right? We're still seeing a lot of electric vehicle sales. Again, when I see a further pickup on that if the conflict continues. So those three items are really driving load growth like we haven't seen in a long time. So as we think about then how do you satisfy that as an industry, I know we'll get there, but there's probably a few challenges we need to work through. You hear discussion around, well, will the labor force be there? And I think ultimately it will be. We have to work on that, build it. Supply chain can be a near-term constraint, but as supply chains adjust, ultimately for me, the biggest challenge in getting there is making sure we get the siting and permitting support so we can put steel in the ground. Whether that steel is a generation plant, whether it's a transmission tower, that's where we need the most help from government right now at federal, state, and local levels to be able to meet the challenge.
Pedro, one other kind of security-related question that I wanted to ask you about too is for cybersecurity in the grids. Grids everywhere in the world are increasingly under security risk, military attack, kind of being targeted in different ways. What are you seeing from in your system in terms of cyber threats, and what's the biggest cybersecurity vulnerability in the U.S. grid at the moment?
Let me start by acknowledging that this is an issue we've all been aware of for a long time. In fact, Bob and I are partners in this with a number of other CEOs from our industry. We sit on the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, and that's the main CEO-led partnership with the federal government on cybersecurity, physical security, and also storm response. So this is where the industry comes together with government to provide mutual assistance. On the cyber side, look, the electric system is about, 5% of GDP? Powers the other 95%. So it is a natural target for malicious actors, whether they be sponsored by a state government or be, the kid in the basement. And so one of the most important things that we've done as an industry is that partnership with the federal government across multiple administrations. It's nonpartisan. And it's really been around the coming together of government bringing its intelligence, right, intelligence gathering, and industry contributing our knowledge of the system and how that intelligence gathered, what are the implications in terms of potential impact to our system. Great collaboration through things like the Energy Threat Analysis Center, a DOE entity sitting in a classified facility where both Bob and I and a few other companies have our own employees sitting there in classified space, side by side with government analysts, providing the kind of analysis that you saw, for example, in the government's disclosure of Volt Typhoon a couple of years back. How do we work on this? It's multiple levels here, right? And it's really defense in depth. Everything from having intelligence, applying technology to bear. AI, I think, is opening up more opportunities. It also creates opportunities for the bad guys. But also, and this is something that applies to all of us, not only in industry, but in our own personal lives. No substitute for being aware. Phishing is still the easiest, and most prevalent vector in. And so making sure that we are all, and our teams are educated on being the first line of defense.
And don't put your passwords on a sticky note on your desk. Is it fair to say that you're seeing more incoming cyber attacks?
We have, year on year, we continue to see escalation in that.
Yeah. We used to build fences around our equipment to protect the public from our equipment. Now we build fences around our equipment to protect our equipment from the public.
Yeah.
And so the takeaway is security evolves, and we're evolving with it. I mean, I just take the most recent, Mythos AI discovery, and our ability to act collaboratively as utilities, our ability to operate collaboratively with the federal government and other stakeholders to make sure that we protect what we know is the first part of GDP. I used to have a director on my company who would say, I don't have a bank if you don't have an electric company. And so we recognize our importance in GDP, and protecting that's, every day on behalf of every industry is critical for us as a company and us as an industry.
But Bob, let's talk about decarbonization for a minute. Xcel was the first or one of the first U.S. utilities to set a goal to be 100% carbon-free, which is part of that strategy is revolved around extending the life of some of your nuclear assets. How is that going? Is that a goal that you are trying to stick with now, even though sustainability maybe is not so politically popular as it once was?
Yeah, appreciate that. In 2018, Xcel Energy was the first company to commit to being 100% carbon-free on our electric system. We committed to that by mid-century, and we said we can make an enormous down payment on that commitment by 2030 with existing technology, wind, solar, storage, and also the retirement of our existing coal fleet and the extension of our nuclear fleet, as you mentioned. And we're well on that way. We, as of last year, we were 58% carbon reduction, and we're on our way to our 2030 goal. At the time, we also said we absolutely need the commercialization of new technologies. We needed new nuclear, we needed advanced geothermal, we needed carbon capture and sequestration, because we knew that there were real limitations on wind and solar and storage, what they could provide for our customers, because reliability was paramount. So, we always talked about with an energy transition, if it's unaffordable, it slows down. If it's unreliable, it will stop. So we knew we needed other types of generation that run all the time, even when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine. The commercialization of those new technologies has been a little bit slower than we had anticipated, although they are still very promising. New nuclear is very promising. Advanced geothermal, particularly in the West, is a very promising technology, and we're going to lean into those. The acceleration of data centers and the power demand from data centers also challenges that, right? We had a load shape for our customer class that looked more like a residential load shape. With a large data center, an always-on asset, you need something that's available a little bit more real-time. So we need the commercialization of new technologies to continue our carbon journey or our decarbonization journey and meet both our sustainability goals as well as our affordability and reliability goals.
The U.S. government has intervened in a number of cases recently to keep coal-fired power plants open that were maybe otherwise scheduled for closure. Is that necessary?
We're experiencing tremendous electric growth in the United States, and we need to build at a pace of generation and transmission that we haven't seen in the past decade. It's not impossible to achieve, but it's going to take a real committed effort from the federal government, state and local governments, and our customers to go hand in hand and build at an incremental pace. In the interim period, we're looking at all sources of generation. In the short term, we don't have a power grid prices, but if you look forward to 29 and 30, and you have the ramping of data center demand and the closure of long-term fixed assets, you're starting to see a need to either build faster or keep things online. So I'd like to see us build faster and recommit the grid to, a nice mix of wind, solar, storage, and gas, which is what we're doing in most of our regions of the country. But we benefit from sitting in a part of the country. Xcel Energy serves Minnesota and Wisconsin and the Dakotas, Colorado and the Panhandle of Texas, and eastern New Mexico. So those are parts of the country that have some of the best wind and the best solar resources. We think we can do it affordably. We think we can do it reliably, but it is going to take, incremental gas and or the extension of other assets until we get this commercialization of new technology.
But long term, still a phasing out of coal is still in the cards, you think?
That is still our plan by 2030.
Pedro, being in California, obviously you're sort of very, very much at the forefront of solar and rooftop solar distributed energy, which I know has caused some, challenges for integrating so many distributed assets and the famous duck curve and, how you deal with that. Is there too much solar in California? How are you dealing with that now?
Well, I think if you look over the last 5 years, I'll answer the question about solar by talking about storage. The state has added something like 17 gigawatts of storage capacity in the last 5 years. And so that is tremendously helpful in integrating renewables volatility. It's also meant that California has evolved from 2020, there was a west-wide heat dome, and we had rotating outages in the state for the first time since the energy crisis back in the early 2000s. 2024, 2025, as we had heat waves, California was actually exporting power to adjacent states and helping out. So storage has made a big difference. And no, I don't think that means that I don't think we have too much solar, just need the resources to integrate it. As we look forward to 2045, we put out a white paper, it was the year before last, looking at refined analysis around how we see the state resources stacking up. And actually, it's similar to Bob's message. In the near term, we absolutely need the resources we have, including natural gas, right? And so part of what we advocated was state, don't let any of that gas retire. Retain it until we see more development in the long run of clean, firm generation. Advanced geothermal, the SCE did the first major contract with Fervo, for example, for advanced geothermal. It could be nuclear, and we're hoping that at some point California can access that too. It's still forbidden by state law until the federal government opens up a spent fuel depository. Wind, solar resources, next generation battery storage. For us, all of the above really means all of the above. We're fortunate in California that actually, if you look at our resource capacity compared to other regions, we're in pretty good shape through the 2030s, but we know we'll need more capacity beginning in the early mid-2030s. And see my earlier comment on siting and permitting, that means that we do need to get going on that ASAP.
And on that thread, Bob, Xcel, one of the top builders of long-distance transmission in the country, which is, as Pedro, of the technologies that Pedro was just listing, of course, transmission also so important part of the solution. What is the biggest obstacle to building more transmission at this point? Is it permitting? Is it capital? Is it a combination, all of the above? How are you looking at transmission now?
I think there's a lot of, so first of all, you're correct, Xcel Energy has been the largest provider of new transmission line miles in the last 20 years of any company in the country. We think we're pretty good at developing and building this. We need to double what we did in the last 10 years, in the next 10 years, to make sure that the grid can handle the acceleration of electric demand across the country. Right now, I think the longest and largest impediment is still sort of federal, state, and local siting and permitting. We're working at a federal level to get a siting and permitting bill through the Congress, but it also takes state and local, and we spend a lot of time writing studies. And, as a country, we have to commit to building infrastructure at scale again. For a long time, we had the concept, not in my backyard, People didn't want infrastructure built in their backyard. And we need to make sure that we as a company can commit to, we built the Eisenhower interstate system, we built ports, we've built airports, and someone has said that the U.S. electric grid was the greatest engineering feat in the 20th century. We're going to have to kind of build and rebuild pieces and parts of that to make sure it's fit for the 21st century. That takes some degree of sacrifice. That takes some degree of permitting and siting that will be somewhat uncomfortable. But the benefit is we can build a lot of this stuff right through the middle of the country, less dense populated. We can build wind farms there. We can build solar farms there. We can build nuclear plants there, and we can site data centers there. So we believe that we sit and operate in parts of the country with low-cost energy and should be a destination for high energy-intensive businesses as we roll through time.
Pedro, is there any lesson that we can take from China on this? Because China, they're building more transmission than anyone. Obviously, it's a very different kind of regulatory and governance environment. But what can we take from that model, if anything? Do you think?
I'll say quickly, I love our democracy, and it's not perfect, but it still beats the alternative.
Right.
That said, when you go to a place like China, the ability to site infrastructure is very different, right? And so I'm not proposing that we turn to a Chinese model fully, but when you think about siting and permitting reforms, there's really three things. Not to oversimplify it, but we need to make sure we have streamlining, because in the US and at state levels, we have a number of duplicative processes that look at the same thing 3 different times. Got to streamline that. Second thing, we need a shot clock for the appeals process. Again, democracy is good. It's important that all voices be heard, but for a period of time. We just had a transmission project get its final permit. It took 17 years. We have another one that's been going for 20 years. It's crazy, right? So shot clock on the appeals process. And then finally, particularly with the load growth across the country, the stack of applications for new infrastructure is increasing. We need to make sure that government resources are appropriately resourced. We need the staff, tool, help with AI, et cetera, but we need hands on deck to process this and get the country putting steel in the ground.
Maybe a little less like China, more like Texas. I think Texas is building some of the largest transmission infrastructure, and is a destination for data centers. And they're building infrastructure, they're building generation, transmission infrastructure. They're doing it quite quickly. And so I think if we can replicate some of the things that they've been able to accomplish, just like Pedro mentioned, I think I would not go towards the China model, but maybe towards the Texas model.
The Lone Star model. Love that. Okay, great. Bob, Pedro, thank you so much for your time. This is great. Super interesting conversation. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome Alan Barretts of D-Wave, Dennis Matthew of Optimum, and Reid Albergotti of Semafor.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Alan, Dennis, thank you for being here.
Yeah, happy to be here.
All right. Thank you all for being here. Alan, I'll start with you. We had Pete Shadbot here yesterday from PsiQuantum talking about his quantum computer. He wants to have one by 2029, I think. You have one now. So I just want to help us understand the difference between these quantum computers that Google and others are building 10 years from now, or whatever the number is, and what you're doing today.
Yeah. So there are 2 main architectural approaches to quantum computing. One is called annealing, the other is called gate, and I'm not going to get into how they differ, other than to say that annealing quantum computers are a much easier technology to develop. And as a result, we currently have annealing quantum computers that are in production. By that I mean we have customers in the aerospace industry, we have customers in the healthcare industry, we have customers in the telecommunications industry that are using our quantum computers today as part of their business operations to solve hard problems. Moreover, this is the only quantum computer in the world for which we've actually been able to solve a useful real-world problem that cannot be solved classically. True quantum supremacy. The other approach, gate model, that's pretty much what everybody else in the industry is trying to develop. D-Wave is the only company that has annealing quantum computers, and those systems are many years away from commercial maturity. There are still some very hard technical problems that need to be solved in the areas of error correction, in the areas of scaling. So when you hear Pete talk about, many years from now, or Google, or IBM, or INQ, it's because that technology is still quite far away from commercial maturity.
Yeah, and you've made an acquisition on that. So you're doing both?
We do both. We're the only dual platform quantum computing company. Our annealing systems are commercial today, in production use. Our gate model systems, like everybody else in the industry, are still in the R&D phase. We still have some challenges that we need to address there.
Yeah. But Dennis, you're not in the quantum business.
Please do not ask me any quantum computing questions. It will be
okay, you can go. No, I'm just. So from where you sit, though, is this technology useful yet, or is it too early to even think about as a?
Well, I'm excited about it, and to be quite honest, we've just recently been having conversations about real-world applications and challenges that we're trying to solve, and so this is a learning journey for me as well. You think about AI and the transformation that's making. Quantum computing is now here, and there's different uses, different applications, hard problems we're trying to solve, operational problems every day, and how do we leverage these incredible technology capabilities? I mean, it's an exciting time to be alive. It's an exciting time to leverage technology in ways. I mean, we've already seen technology and how it's impacted the world. And I think we're just getting started. I think how can we be in the early innings of this? But that is where we are. And so, we talk about operational matters of just making sure technicians get to where they need to in the right time and identifying outages and issues. These are all real problems that, we want to have conversations about.
Yeah. Dennis, I've been hearing a lot in the halls around here about Claude Mythos, the Anthropic model that's supposed to disrupt security. Mm-hmm. Really interesting to see that be a big topic of conversation. Are you thinking about quantum as maybe a potential security solution in the network at all? Down the road, obviously. Maybe you're...
Yeah, I started my career in cyber, and some of the elements of cyber from then still exist today, where there's just the hygiene of patching systems and staying on top of patching and being able to, we're identifying issues every day, and how do we make sure that our teams have the capacity and the change management structure to be able to keep up with all of these updates that are happening, feels like nonstop. And so that's a great conversation. How do we leverage quantum now to be able to accelerate that? Because right now, the biggest challenge is, hey, how do we keep up given the amount of vulnerabilities that we continuously see out in the wild? And one, we just have to have good hygiene, good program, good policies, education, and then how do we now leverage technology to make sure that we're staying ahead of it?
Alan, do you think that there's a possibility there? You can feel free to make your sales pitch.
Yeah, so look, AI is great at some things. Quantum is great at some things. GPUs are great at some things. Nothing is great at everything. I think that AI's ability to kind of analyze things and draw conclusions based on what it sees is quite phenomenal. That's not the domain of quantum computers. Quantum computers are all about solving hard computational problems. So, if you need to optimize a production schedule in a chemical plant, like we're doing with BASF, that's quantum computing. If you need to predict supply, that's AI, right? So I think, we need to understand that these technologies are each good at solving different classes of problems.
Yeah, and on the optimization front, is it a question of just faster optimization, or is it also a different result?
Yeah, it's faster and better in the sense that It's interesting. Most people will say, well, production scheduling, that's happening today. Or, manufacturing plant floor optimization, that's workforce scheduling, we're doing that today. But the interesting thing is, these problems are what we call exponentially hard problems. What that means is that the cost of compute required to solve the problem optimally, to get the best possible solution, grows exponentially in the size of the problem. So after you get to even medium-sized problems, you're outside of the range where classical computers can actually provide the optimal solution. So companies are basically using heuristics. They're simplifying the problem. They're using heuristics to try to come up with what they hope are good enough solutions, and that's what's being used today. Quantum computing can come in and basically not only deliver the solution faster, but get you the optimal solution. So now you're getting better solutions faster.
Yeah. Dennis, I want to ask you about just on an AI question here. There's this massive build out happening on the infrastructure side with data centers and AI. Do you think we need something similar on the broadband side, whether that's fiber or something else?
Yeah, we've been investing heavily in the network, in fiber, in reliability, in availability. When we talk to our customers, consumer, enterprise, folks want more than ever quality, reliability, availability, and our ability to now use AI to be able to proactively identify when there's an issue, respond effectively, respond faster, and really ensure that we are making that network as hardened as possible is absolutely one of the things that we've been looking at. But then we're also looking at how does it evolve our product set? How does it evolve our go-to-market? How does it evolve the CPE that's sitting in the home? And now that we're at the edge in the house or in the business, what's the opportunity set there? And what are the needs that customers have? I think we're just in the beginning phases of what the applications are that we need to be able to support and unlock and make, first and foremost, we need to make sure that we have the fastest network, that it's able to handle whatever these applications are that are coming about. And so we're continuously monitoring and having these conversations with our customers to position the network appropriately.
Right. I mean, I think about the people at home using OpenClaw now and these agents, and they're sending information back and forth across the network. Does that require faster connections, or down the road in the future? Do you think, or are we already kind of there because we're doing 4K video and stuff?
Well, that's the interesting part. We've got more video conferencing happening, more downloading, 4K video, and so it's more important than ever in terms of download speeds and upload speeds. Is AI today using a disproportionate amount of capacity in line with these types of applications? Not today, but I can tell you that every year the consumption grows by 10, 20, 30%, and that's been happening year after year after year, and I can only imagine that this introduction is going to continue that trend. It's not going to bring it down. If I could imagine all the applications, I would be doing some other job. But I will make sure that our network is ready so that those that are creators, those that are, got their hands on this thing, have the ability to unlock whatever magic that they're trying to create. That's our job, and that's what we're committed to.
Yeah. Alan, on the AI side, the data centers are causing all sorts of shortages now, not just silicon, but memory, and there's energy shortages. Do you think something like that is going to happen in quantum as we sort of ramp up the...
No, and in fact, I think quantum is going to help solve that problem in AI. One of the biggest challenges with AI right now is power consumption, right? I mean, we even hear that we'll have more GPUs than we can power, right? So we want to put now data centers up in space. Well, the interesting thing about quantum is that it can be used to dramatically speed up not just learning, but inference. We've got examples. We've actually got the first commercial example of a quantum computer being used in large language model training in the pharmaceutical industry. And we're able to accelerate the inference to the point where we see a significant reduction in power consumption to basically perform that computation. So I'm not worried about scarcity in the quantum space. These systems are very operationally efficient. they can actually help with scarcity in the AI space.
Huh, that's fascinating. Dennis, you recently reduced headcount. So I'm curious, like, how much of this efficiency gains is due to AI? Is AI actually causing headcount reductions?
Yeah, what I'll say is I joined the company 3.5 years ago to help turn it around, drive a transformation. So we had to build a new leadership team, build a new culture, get a new focus on quality of the network and product. And part of that was really just stabilizing every part of the company and making sure that we put an end to some of these Sev1 outages. And the reality is that in and of itself helped us drive efficiency, help us operate more effectively. And so it's only in the past, so that was the first kind of 2.5, 3 years of our journey, was just stabilizing the company. In this past year, now we're going on the offensive and we're starting to lean in to AI and starting to build that, starting to bring some applications into our customer care, into our field operations, into our sales channels. And what I'll tell you, at least today, it is helping our teammates serve our customers better. It's helping them solve problems faster. It's helping our sales folks sell better in terms of selling solutions and being more productive and driving yield. So we're not necessarily at the point of, hey, we're seeing, mass employee impact. That being said, I was at a roundtable the other day with my sales team, and the last question one of my sales agents said is, hey, you're introducing I really like the fact that the tools work now. When you showed up, the tools didn't work. I'm really happy they work. They turn on. But you're introducing a lot of AI. When is my job going to go away? And I said, hey, we are providing, if I knew that, I would also have a different job. But I can't look out that far, but I can tell you that these tools will make you a better salesperson. And the folks that are salespeople that know AI are going to be better than the folks that don't. And then we're going to have to figure out how we all evolve. And I said, sometimes I wake up wondering, there will be a agentic CEO. I don't know. But I'm gonna, there will be a bot that's running the company maybe. But we have to focus on the here and now and figure out how do we leverage these solutions to be more effective, help the customer, drive productivity. And it's a journey. People are, a lot of people don't like change, and it's a very disruptive time.
Do you have a bot that people can talk to at the company?
I think my CTO is working on one.
Really? I do hear about this a lot.
Yes, yeah.
Alan, I feel like talking about quantum, you kind of have to talk about China, and China's investing so much in this technology. Do you think the U.S. is doing enough on that front?
No. So if you just look at the numbers, China is probably investing at least 10x what the U.S. is investing in quantum computing. But it isn't even just about the numbers. I mean, the National Quantum Initiative, which is the primary funding bill that the U.S. government introduced for funding quantum, it was passed initially in the first Trump administration. It needed to be renewed under Biden. It was not renewed. To this date, it still has not been renewed. So while there are U.S. government programs that are funding quantum initiatives, the primary vehicles are moving very, very slowly through Congress. And the dollar amounts are still well below the dollar amounts for China. Now, it's China, so we don't know a lot about what they're doing. We know they're spending a lot of money, but we don't know a lot about what they're doing. So we should be paranoid.
What are these initiatives that we need to spend money on? Is it basic research? Is it?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question. What the government is spending money on right now, the programs where funding is flowing, is in long-term research. It's in trying to help companies that are building these gate model quantum computers actually try to accelerate their roadmaps. And that's important and that's good. But we also have quantum computers that are capable of solving important government problems today, whether they're defense problems or societal problems. There are hard computational problems across government. And what the US government is not yet focused on is near-term applications, actually leveraging the quantum computers that exist today that can solve these problems along the lines of what I talked about early on in this discussion, to help solve those problems better and faster than they can be solved today. That's lacking, and that's what the government needs to really start to put some focus on.
Should CIOs at companies that maybe aren't even tech companies care about this technology, do you think?
Well, they should care if they have hard problems to solve and they can improve their operations if they could solve those problems better. Now, that refers to most businesses. Most of the important hard problems businesses need to solve fall into that category. And so, think about, leveraging whatever technology you can, including quantum, to improve your operations, because we can do that today.
Mm-hmm. What about quantum key, or sort of post-quantum encryption? Like, do you think about that, Dennis? Like, what's going to happen when all these security protocols we have just don't work anymore?
I go home and cry first. We are, since I've joined the company, we've had to revamp our cybersecurity process, and we've had to build a team, and we've had to, invest and reinvest, and this is a moving target. And so being agile, being nimble, working together, partnering, and figuring out, hey, how do we not become paralyzed? Like, some of these things can make us paralyzed, and all of a sudden, we're not able to run the business, we're not able to execute. And so what I tell the team is every day we've got to make sure we're doing everything that we can to protect the company. We need to not only be looking at what's in front of us, but the next week, the next month, the next quarter, and we've got to use all the information we have today to build the absolute best cybersecurity program. And sometimes people get overwhelmed, but let's take the problem in chunks and let's make sure we can control what we can control and be ready. And that's really and partner with great people like my friend here and make sure that we're getting ahead and getting as smart as possible. We can't put our head in the sand. We have to get as smart as possible on what is the future hold and make sure we're preparing accordingly.
Yeah.
I think we all know quantum is a threat to cryptography and security, but it's not a today threat. It's not a tomorrow threat. People, say the sky is falling, we're going to break RSA in 3 years. That's not going to happen. We're still many years away from that, but it will happen. So we need to be focused today on transitioning to quantum-safe crypto and security.
Yeah. Well, as we run out of time, I just have one burning question for you. We'll have some SpaceX investors later today. What's your view on satellite internet, Starlink, and
I mean, the reality is that all these technologies, today it's in more of the rural areas, but it's going to continue to get better and better and better. And at the end of the day, folks want quality and they want value. And so that's what we're committed to. And
is there a day when I don't actually need, a cell tower? We don't need cell towers. Like, it's just coming straight from space to my phone, and that's how we get online? I
think folks want a lot of options on how to get online, and they want to be able to, at least for the near term, maybe someday, I don't know, but at least from the foreseeable future, from what I can tell, folks want options and they want great quality and great value.
Yeah.
I'd like it on all the planes I fly.
Yeah, that would be great. I would like it to work.
Exactly, to work.
I still have not had one on United. They keep saying they're going to add it. Still haven't had it. But what about edge compute? Because this is like another topic with AI that everybody talks about, and I'm wondering, where does your company fit into that sort of conversation as we run out of time here?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about the CPE in the home, for example, and what's the opportunity there, and what use cases does that unlock, and how do we make it enable at a different level by being already in the home, or within our data centers or within the head ends. And so those are conversations we're starting to have to see what use cases we could potentially unlock.
Great. Well, Dennis Allen, we're out of time. Thank you so much, Tom.
Great.
Thank you
so
much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Dennis?
Please welcome Rishi Khosla of Oak North Bank, Christine Tsai of 500 Global, and Yinka Adegoke of Semafor.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. This is a conversation that's going to be dominated by just insights into how AI operates in the real world, both from an investor perspective, but also just operationally in a fast-growing business. I'll start off with a question for so both of you, just sort of thinking about where you're seeing genuine sort of changes in business outcomes for your business thanks to AI, and just trying to, and also just sort of thinking about, as that becomes more common, more accessible, what actually, sort of stays proprietary. Let's start with you, Kristen.
Great. Well, it's great to be here. I think if you're asking about how AI impacts outcomes, say, for our firm, I would say that there is one thing that's interesting to point out is that there is so much talk about, especially in our world for early stage venture, just venture capital in general, about VCs investing in AI and investing in disruption when the VCs themselves may or may not embrace it. So I think for 500 Global, we are a venture capital firm with over $2 billion in AUM across many funds. This is our 16th year. I'm based in the Bay Area, but our team is in 20 countries around the world. So we definitely have that perspective, seeing both our teams and many, many other teams from early stage initial checks all the way to the companies that have grown and how they themselves have embraced AI. I know for us as a firm, it is something that we have really instituted in the last year or so, that we want the team and expect the team to be AI fluent. Doesn't matter if you're an investment team member or on the finance team or other platforms within our group, that you have to really be AI fluent. And then I think a lot of the impact comes in certainly kind of low hanging fruit. You think about things that are administrative or back office, but I think as you get into data intelligence, so far to the extreme of, does it actually help select investment opportunities? Those are all areas where we are certainly leveraging it. And then I think within our portfolio, it definitely ranges. But I think by and large, as a rule of thumb, companies, if they really are not embracing it in terms of being AI first or AI native, then it's not to their advantage.
Less of an attraction. Same question for you, Rishi. How you
so operationally, first again, as digital commercial bank, been running 10 years, lent cumulative $21 billion over that period with less than 5 basis points of principal losses. So we care a lot about lending well into the low middle market, which is our customer base. And we've been using ML in the business to actually build our credit approach really since the get-go. And clearly, with what's been possible with Gen AI, we've been able to evolve that pretty materially. So really at the core, I'd say AI sort of affecting the core infrastructure of the bank. There's obviously the usage of AI to drive efficiencies across the business. Example of that would be some of the teams absorbed sort of over a 30% increase in volumes last year with flat headcount, and have committed to doing pretty much the same again this year. So you're getting real efficiency gains sort of going through. And then in terms of the customer experience, you're being able to deliver, how you're able to deliver things quicker and actually deal with more edge cases than you otherwise were, and therefore be able to solve a wider set of customers in a more timely manner. So I'd sort of say sort of 3 buckets. And in the infrastructure bucket, I'd also put sort of the very conscious decision to move to actually probably buying a lot of SaaS componentry, but buying much less SaaS applications and actually being able to develop their SaaS applications at an incredible speed internally, which again was core to what we were doing, but we did have various applications which today you'd sort of say you probably don't need. You aren't as reliant as you were previously in terms of having the buy decision versus the build decision there.
Yeah. No, that's. I mean, the impact of this is kind of interesting because I was thinking about, coming back to you, Kristen, when I was thinking about this in terms of like how you talk there about looking at companies or startups that, you know, clearly are AI fluent and all the rest of it. How does it change how you think about founders, right? Because that's who you're really making a bet on every time you're investing in any startup. What do you expect from the founder in this time that so changed the way these companies work?
I think that some of the foundations of building a business, whether it's in this era or not, I mean, there's some fundamental things. But I think one that's especially important these days is the ability to navigate change and move quickly, because technology, it's moving at a very fast clip. The velocity of which AI has evolved, even in the last couple months. Like when I think about if you think about some of the early generative AI images, I was just looking at my phone and going even a year ago. It pales in comparison to what is capable now, and I don't think people have anticipated just how quickly that sort of change can happen. So I think with early stage founders, especially, they do have the advantage. They're building today. They're building AI native. They don't have kind of a legacy of like an existing technology stack, but so in some ways they can adapt to that. But with some of our more mature portfolio companies that haven't exited yet, if they have done a good job, they have really been able to reinvent not just internally their tech stack or their team organization, but also the offerings that they have. Like they potentially have an AI offering. Intercom, which is a company we invested in, one of the first investors in the company back in 2011, they have been very public, Owen, the CEO, about how they reinvented the firm, made a lot of really, really hard changes, but now it's for the better. Fin is kind of their agentic product that has been the fastest growing revenue. So I think Intercom's a great example. Canva is also one of our early investments, great example of that, in terms of really being able to leverage the technology that could disrupt them in theory. Right.
And this whole point about uncertainty, I guess it doesn't just apply to technology in itself. There's just uncertainty.
It's always uncertain as
in macro terms. And so you're really looking for people who can adapt.
Move quickly,
move with the time.
Exactly.
Coming back to you, Rishi, just thinking about AI and just all the edge that you've used AI for in terms of figuring out credits on potential clients. How has that sort of changed your approach? How has it sharpened? And just to sort of explain to people who might not know, how much you've really made a bet on that for Oak North.
Sure. So, I mean, look, our credit model has fundamentally been the underpinning of how we've lent out $21 billion and lent several billion every single year. So the bet's pretty big in our view, right, in terms of how much capital we're deploying off the back of our approach. As I mentioned, sort of ML has been built into the model since day one, and the use of Gen AI has enabled us just to use our data sets to even a greater degree, because with ML, you go from statistical regression analysis to machine learning, and then you go to Gen AI, and Gen AI is just a totally different level to what you're able to do from, with sort of more traditional ML type techniques. So it's been absolutely critical, and the evolution with Gen AI, as I said, in terms of the data sets we're able to actually absorb and drive insights from, and drive those insights back to what does it mean for a single credit, which is really where the big challenge is. So both having the data sets, which we have one of the largest US proprietary data sets for US commercial lending data today, but then applying that through to actually what is the impact for a single underwriting decision. And also, I would say somewhat uniquely, I would say at Oak North, we actually re-underwrite our book every single month. And we drive that by different scenarios as well. So you take the current situation of the Iran conflict, and you sort of say, what would an extreme situation look like there? And that scenario, how would you use Gen AI to actually inform what are all the interrelationships between the energy shocks, inflation, rates, etc., all of that, which obviously you'd sort of parallel with previous periods, to create your macroeconomic scenario, which you then take down to, again, an industry basis, and then from an industry basis down to a company basis. And doing all of that is just non-trivial for it to make any sense, and in a way have the confidence to lend on the back of it. So this does really get to the core of what we do.
Where's the human judgments in there? Where's that fit into that?
So for us, it's always with a human in the loop, for sure. I mean, our average loan size is in the teens, millions.
Yeah.
So we are lending. It's not like we're lending $10,000 tickets, which are purely statistically based. So having a human in the loop is absolutely critical. And all of this is about saying, actually, how do you reduce the amount of manual and increase the amount of machine? But in increasing the amount of machine, not to get the same result, but to get a fundamentally better result because of the whole, effectively processing power and insight that you can actually drive from it.
Okay, so Christine, talk a little bit about, it was all the rage, hyperscaling, and this was the thing that so many investors thought about. Do you still think in that way, or do you think that's still a model that works in this current environment, just hyperscaling for investments?
Hyperscaling
as invested in businesses that can hyperscale.
I think that's actually these days it's there's even more attention or pressure around. I was thinking hyperscaler in terms of the business type, but just in terms of really fast growth.
Yes.
Yes. In terms of for those of you who may or may not be familiar now with a lot of AI companies, there's sort of both a trend and a little bit of a meme around companies that can get from zero to some very significant level of ARR in a very compressed amount of time. Same businesses would take, or same type of in a different era, maybe many years ago, it would take at least maybe a few years, and now companies are touting that they can get to that first million in ARR and faster in 2 weeks. Maybe exaggerating, but there is a lot of hype around that, and some of it is real, and I think some of it is, if you really dig into what they're referring to as ARR, it's a little questionable. They might have said contracted ARR, or it may be real revenue, but it could be very specific dedicated AI budgets versus actual predictable revenue. But I do think that because of AI and kind of the momentum and the perspective, especially in San Francisco, where I'm based, or in Silicon Valley, there is definitely this notion that you can and should be getting to that type of revenue growth in a very compressed amount of time. In terms of where 500's view is on this, I don't think we necessarily expect if a company does not get to that level in a month, then it's a right. We don't want to even touch it or look at it. I think that's fundamentally early stage businesses, as much as they're changing how they're built, they're still very hard, and it's still a very long journey. But I do think that we do look for speed in early stage, because I think time and capital is working against you. Especially when you're in a hyper-competitive environment. So that's us, of course. But I would say, if I can speak on behalf of a lot of venture firms that are trying to invest in AI, these deals are very competitive. There is a lot of attention around frontier labs, neo labs coming out, raising obscene amounts of money with no model shipped. But there is still a lot of opportunity with companies that are reasonable, and it will have the ability to get to that level of traction sooner than, maybe not in 2 weeks, but definitely a lot faster than before.
Okay, so still very exciting.
Still very exciting. Maybe San Francisco's in a little echo chamber. It probably is. When all the billboards, all of the bus advertisements are for an AI company, it's very much the case.
Rishi, I want to come back to you because of what you said there about, you touched on your US expansion, and I looked into this, and I was just kind of fascinated at how well you've done in a really short, relatively short period of time since coming from the UK. What has surprised you the most about the opportunity here that you've kind of seen and sort of thought, yes, this is really where we can, like I said, make our bets. This is what's going to work for us.
So again, for us, we started the business in the UK in 2015 and came into the US in 2023 at the time of the US commercial banking crisis. And that was the trigger for us to actually set up here. And it was really, when you look at low middle market businesses, the large players supporting those businesses here in the US, Silicon Valley Bank, First Republic, Signature Bank, are all ones which clearly hit the wall during that period. So a large vacuum left within the market at a time where you actually within a segment which you'd say is still fundamentally and structurally underserved. And you look 3 years on from then, you haven't had the larger money center banks move down and sort of even sort of obviously JP Morgan buying First Republic has in a way walked away from that core low middle market commercial customer more towards the wealth space. And you haven't had the super regionals do the same. Everyone's focused on supporting larger and larger clients. So really you've got the community banks which are trying to step up, which just don't have necessarily the type of technology and approach to deal with more complex type lending. So if something's straight down the fairway, it works well for a community bank, but as soon as it's not, it's much more challenging. So the opportunity set here, clearly much larger market than the UK market, 10x the size in the low middle market. But beyond that, the competitive dynamics, despite there being 4,000 odd banks in this country, is just, you've got a structurally underserved part of the market. And that's why sort of in literally 2 years of setting up here, 40% of our new business in 2025 came from the US. And this year, that will be a larger proportion. And again, I would say that using Gen AI has meant that we haven't had to increase headcount anywhere near that level to get that growth. And we're able to understand, get further insight on very micro niche markets much quicker than we did when we started building the business back in 2015 in the UK.
What type of niche markets do you
I mean, let's take an example. I don't know. And this isn't necessarily a US example, but it's an example of a niche market. So a company which just focuses purely on doing connections on new construction with utility providers. So they're neither the utility provider nor the contractors, but they just focus on the construction element, the connection element at that point. And then they actually have a model where they do that, but then they ultimately have an ongoing revenue stream from the utility business themselves for maintaining that connection. Pretty niche in our view. And trying to get your head around actually what does that look like? How obviously through cycles have there been situations where the take has actually been reduced over time by the utility businesses as they get regulated or as they get sort of priced down, etc. And being able to therefore run your different scenarios on that basis with data sets which fundamentally, if you haven't lent into that space and haven't been active in that space, you wouldn't have a view on.
So when does the US overtake UK? Is it this year or next?
In terms of new business, probably this year.
Probably this year. Wow, yeah. That's pretty impressive. I'll wrap up because we're running out of time, but just on the economy and thinking about, I'm interested from your point of view, Christine, very quickly, how the uncertainty of the economy shapes your thinking at this time, very quickly, how you're thinking about the types of places to invest. Does it change anything? Does it make you focus on certain sectors more, or how is that working for you?
So I think from a geographic perspective, we take a very long horizon just because, particularly when we're investing as one of the first investors into an early stage company, then it's going to be a pretty long journey. So, and we know that the market is very cyclical. So we have definitely seen over the past 16 years, US is probably the constant in terms of being the most mature venture market. Yeah. So that hasn't changed. If anything, it's actually gotten, I was going to say worse, it's not worse. It's just gotten a lot more so in terms of capital deployment, especially relative to some of the emerging markets, which maybe had seen a bit of a spike from foreign capital coming in, and there's been some pullback, unfortunately. But again, we see this as very cyclical, even though some of these markets may be dry from a liquidity perspective, and especially compared to 2021 era. We do think that there's still immense opportunity. AI, I think, especially, is going to be very transformative. We're seeing this in markets like Japan and Central Asia, Middle East, where we're very active, where there is a huge investment by the governments, and it's not just technology or private sector. It's very much the entire ecosystem that is investing into AI, whether that is data centers or education, attracting foreign capital to the markets, data centers being built out by big technology companies. So I think for us, we continue to invest into a lot of the different markets we're in, hopefully expand, while also maintaining the U.S. foothold.
And very quickly, Rashid, just in terms of how it's shaping your thinking, because you're right in it, right?
So exactly, and there's immense uncertainty, and I think we just live in a much more uncertain world over the last several years, which has just continued to have much more volatility in it. Our approach from a lending perspective is always, like I've just talked about, have scenarios, parameterize what the downside could look like, and put quite an extreme downside. And if you're still good, be bold enough to continue to operate and continue to lend. Again, the best time to lend is when others are fearful, because that's fundamentally when you get the best credit opportunities. And that has always been our approach and continue to be.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Be bold, be adaptable.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please welcome Harold Rogers of Coupang and Rachel Oppenheim of Semafor.
HL, thank you so much for being with us, and thank you all for being here at Semafor World Economy. HL, you are currently serving as interim CEO of Coupang Corp, and that's in addition to your other roles as Chief Administration Officer and General Counsel. You've got a lot on your plate. Thank you for being here and for the perspective that you bring. For those in the audience that may be less familiar, Coupang is a US-based Fortune 150 technology company, and you've built one of the most sophisticated commerce and logistic platforms in the world, helping connect businesses of all sizes to global consumers, and also increasingly serving as a bridge between businesses in the US who are looking to really sell and scale into international markets as well. We're here to talk about artificial intelligence, which is not just a tech story, it's also an economic story, a productivity story, and also increasingly a global trade story. And so for that reason, we really value your perspective. So to kick us off, Coupang, you're consistently ranked among the most innovative companies globally for the technology innovations that you've driven. Can you talk to the audience a little bit about what you do and how they should really understand your organization?
Yeah, you bet. And thank you. It's so great to be here and have this opportunity. I often say Coupang is the largest American company you don't know well. And that's because our consumer-facing markets are largely outside of the U.S. We're in 190 different regions and countries around the world, Korea being our largest market, but we're in a lot of markets and countries in that region as well as around the world. We think of ourselves as a tech startup that does, last
startup.
year, about $35 billion in revenue last year, but we still have that startup DNA that we live off of. And we're e-commerce, so think of us as retail where you can buy anything that you want. But on top of that, it's grocery and then video streaming and fintech and cloud computing. And then we do think of ourselves as a bridge between the U.S. markets and companies here selling into the regions where we sell. So for instance, last year we sold $5 billion of U.S. goods into Asia, and that's growing every year. We are the second largest employer in the country of Korea. It's the only advanced economy that I know of where a U.S. company is the second largest employer. And so that gives us an incredible opportunity to be, like you said, a bridge between the U.S. and U.S. companies and U.S. interests, including the U.S. government, and Korea. Korean consumers, Korean workers, and the Korean government. And we see ourselves as hopefully a helpful player for the U.S. as it's working with some of its most important allies.
So everyone here at Semafor World Economy, CEOs, business leaders, public sector leaders, are all seeking to really learn from one another about how organizations can apply and adopt artificial intelligence in the most ambitious way possible. How are you and your team really thinking about this, and what kinds of activities are you really pursuing in the AI space today?
Yeah, as with everybody, I think nowadays AI is central to everything that we do. And it was central back before it was a cool buzzword when people called it machine learning. It has been critical for everything that we do. When we're moving, almost 1 billion goods, different types of goods, to millions of customers every day, we have to make sure that we're using AI and automation and robotics to be able to get to our customers. We call it rocket delivery, where
like
we can,
spaceships.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I wish it were spaceships. Rocket delivery, which enables us, you can order millions of items before midnight and have it at your doorstep before 7 a.m. When you think of e-commerce, there's 3 big trade-offs that companies have to make. It's speed, selection, and price. And so, think about your e-commerce experience where if you want to get something in a couple hours, generally you pay a delivery upcharge, and the number of SKUs, the number of unique items you can order drops from millions to usually 10,000 or 5,000, depending on who you're working with. And so those are the trade-offs. We built an end-to-end logistics service that goes door to door, that's AI-enabled, so that you can order from millions of items before midnight. You get them at your doorstep before 7 a.m., and there's no delivery fee. And maybe the best way to think about it is grocery. So when I'm in Seoul, in South Korea, I haven't been to a grocery store in almost 5 years now. Because when I'm there, any grocery that I want to get, I can order it by midnight. So fresh salmon, I order it by midnight. It's at my doorstep before 7 a.m. And you can do something like that in the U.S., except the difference is it costs me about 20% less than if I go to the grocery store. So there's no upcharge with it. We haven't built something where there's pickers going through your local grocery store and then bringing it to you. We've enabled where it's going straight from a fulfillment center, our fulfillment center and our logistics network, going to our forward deployed delivery centers, to our delivery drivers, to your doorstep. And because we've done that and we've got AI that predicts what because you think if our cutoff is midnight.
Yeah, how does that work? This sounds like a little bit
like a dream.
A dream, yeah.
If our cutoff is midnight, then you got to imagine that 90% of our orders come in between 11:50 and midnight, right? And so we've got to be able to get it from literally a delivery there, and it's often at your door, by 7 a.m., but often it's 3 a.m. or 3:30 a.m. And so we need the AI to predict what you're going to order before you order it.
That's it. Okay.
And then we forward deploy it so it's within 5 miles of your house before you actually order it.
So are you actually beginning the process of executing before someone knows they want to order something?
That's right. Because of that machine learning and that predictive ability, where we know in a certain region up to a certain neighborhood what's most likely to be ordered in that area that night, and we get it within 5 miles before they click order, and so you get it. So it's not that we've sped everyone up and everyone's working super fast. It's that we're using the AI in our logistics network to forward deploy it, to have it there, and then we make the whole system more efficient. And one of the great things that this does, of all the, as a customer, what I love about it is that it's all there and I get it and it's cheap. One of the other great things is the way it enables our small businesses. So last week I was meeting with several of our small business CEOs. And we love it. Small business is part of our DNA, and these CEOs, these founders, were so passionate about what they're doing. And what amazed me is how much they're investing in technology because we have, right? Because we have built this thing where they know they can sell consistently. Their business is growing, 300, 400, 500% year over year.
Because of this kind of engine.
Exactly, because of this flywheel that we've created. That enables them then to invest, their limited resources as they're trying to decide what's most important for me to invest in, into these innovative technologies. And I was seeing some of these technologies last week, and it's just incredible, right? These knock-on effects that technology has.
So you mentioned, a couple of different times in investment. It's obviously incredibly important to invest internally, but you're also looking external as well. Do you want to share a little bit about any kind of key investments? Yeah. I heard you guys might have an announcement coming, so I wanted to get the scoop on that.
Yeah, I appreciate that setup. We invest, like you said, internally because we've built our company like it's a bunch of small startups that we fund internally, but obviously that investment externally. So I'm happy to announce that just since 2023, we've invested $84 million in AI tech startups. And one of the most exciting ones is a Texas company called Contoro. And this is a logistics AI startup that helps you pack and move items in warehouses and other landing areas, critical for these logistic networks that are expanding so fast. We were talking about this, how difficult it is to keep up. And it's this incredible, they'll be happy with this, these suction cups on these robotic arms. And what's incredible about the AI is it's always been easy to build something that can move the same size box and put it in the same type of slot, right? What this has enabled is if a package comes in and it's been crushed or it's been dinged up, it can still move it without having an error rate and get it packed into the right place at a very, very quick rate. And it's the founder is this great guy, he's Korean American. His education was funded by scholarships from the Korean government and from NASA. And he's built this incredible startup in Texas. It's got 35 employees now and growing. And we're excited to partner with them and with what they're doing. And as they're enabling more jobs, more expansion, enabling us to, wow our customers and create these incredible experiences for our customers, that's the type of AI investment that I think is really going to accelerate the economy and create jobs and build opportunity.
That's great. And just a final question. As the interim CEO, it feels like you all are already living in the future, at least I can't wait to try this out and to have y'all anticipate, the needs and the delivery. But as you are looking ahead, what do you really see in terms of the further frontier of AI applications, opportunities from where you sit as a logistics company?
Yeah, that's such an important question because there's so much investment happening in so many different places. And I think there's a lot of trepidation and fear. Anytime there's new technology, it brings enormous disruption. And I think it leaves a lot of questions of what will the world look like, and people asking themselves, and I've got kids going off to college, and they're asking, well, where do I fit in? What am I going to do? And we are so excited because where we have seen AI and where we see it going is creating so many new opportunities that we haven't even imagined. I'll give you just super 5-second example. When we were first building our company, and we were forced to build the last mile logistics because we were in markets that didn't have a FedEx, it didn't have a DHL, nothing for us to plug into. So we had to build it. But because we built it, it then enabled us to start rocket delivery and dawn delivery, where we're getting millions of items to people within just a couple hours at no additional charge for people. And I use that example just to mean there are so many ways that AI is going to change what we do, and we're worried about what it will disrupt and what it will destroy, and we should be. And we need to anticipate that and work toward that and figure that out. What we can't see is all the great opportunities it's going to create, the new businesses, the new customer opportunities, the new jobs, the new technologies that are built on top of that. We're incredibly excited what the next 5 years is going to look like, and especially what it's going to look like for our customers.
Well, we'll leave it there. HL, thank you so much.
Welcome Greg Case of Aon, Horatio Rosansky of Booz Allen Hamilton, and Christine Romans of NBC News.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's already been a really just an exciting day. So we've got an amazing conversation here about the promise and the risk of AI. We've heard a lot in these sessions about the promise of AI. We have a great panel here to discuss the risks. And you have two very different businesses, but you both handle the risk of artificial intelligence in different ways. Horacio, I want to start with you. Booz Allen Hamilton is the largest provider of AI and cybersecurity to the U.S. government. I know what that means, but I know you love to answer the question, what is it exactly that you guys do?
Oh, it's a long answer, so let me simplify it. Think critical missions and critical areas, national security, healthcare, critical infrastructure, and then think AI, cyber, 6G, quantum. We work at those intersections. We build technology that can be deployed into those missions, which is actually pretty different from deploying them into more traditional private sector missions. So we leverage what's out there from the best companies in the world. We partner with a number of them. And then we build on top of that, we add it to our technology stack, and we deliver for the American people.
From the seabed to space, you operate.
Pretty much.
You say that the world is not ready for AI cybersecurity risks. What are you seeing out there in that broad mission that you have that concerns you?
So 2026 is going to be, is already, we're seeing it. The whole announcement about Anthropic Mythos is one data point on a long chain that began building last year. But 2026 is a highly complicated year at the intersection of cyber and AI, because AI as an attack vector, both as its own attack surface and also what it can do to people's networks, to people's infrastructure, is further ahead than what the defense side of it looks like. We tested the tool in our lab that can actually crack a network in under 10 minutes. If you think about it, it takes 2 weeks. The CISA standard for patching is 2 weeks. We're talking minutes. And then we have built a set of agentic tools to defend against that. But the agentic tools to defend are not as far along. And the attacker has an advantage right now, because if you're a nation state that doesn't follow international law, and there's plenty of those, or if you're simply a criminal enterprise, you can put something out there, and if it causes harm that you didn't intend, I guess you don't care. If you're on the defense side, you do care. You're not going to put something on your network until you're absolutely sure that it works. And a lot of these tools are too new.
So you see AI as essentially a force multiplier for bad actors in the cyber world?
Over the long run, AI, I'm a techno-optimist, and I actually believe that AI is going to transform the world and our national security for the better, and we're beginning to see that too. But at this point, the cyber risk is quite significant, and we're in a race with China, and a race we simply cannot afford to lose.
Let me bring you in here, Greg, because you handle AI from a different, you are a risk company and a people company, but a risk company, risk management for the AI data centers. Tell me about your business.
Well, listen, step back a little bit. Christine, Horacio, it's great to be up here with you. Looking forward to the conversation. And listen, very much appreciate your comments on the cyber front. Absolutely true. From our standpoint, we see massive opportunity here. The opportunity in AI, as Horacio was saying, is phenomenal. But it's got its challenges. First among them is the cyber opportunity or risk, if you want to think about it. By the way, just for reference, Aon, if you don't know Aon well, we match capital with risk to reduce volatility in the world. And we do that in every way you can imagine it, and physical assets with people, et cetera. So that's what we do. We're matching capital with risk to reduce volatility. In the case of AI, we have an opportunity around sort of the infrastructure that's being built just to support it, which is not just substantial, it's the most significant we've ever seen in the history of the world. And that brings with it a whole series of challenges. The construction process that's going on right now has never been seen before. The risk challenges against that are astronomical. The cyber pieces that might come out of it, just for reference, cyber market from an insurance side is about a $15 billion market against a potential $1 trillion loss exposure. So the markets don't fully understand it, which is why capital doesn't come. Capital doesn't come unless it thinks it can earn a return. If it doesn't understand risk, it doesn't come. That's why it's a $15 billion market. From our standpoint, we're looking at what's out there and essentially saying, look, this isn't just about the hyperscalers. This is the scalers, the builders, the money that's coming in, and the banks. That ecosystem is sort of what we are looking at on an integrated basis. If we can help those get built and operate, remember, operate when business interruptions could be measured in millions of dollars a minute. If we can help operate with less volatility, that's value creation. So from Aon's standpoint, we see tremendous opportunity with accompanying risk, but tremendous opportunity from a standpoint of looking at it from an integrated risk perspective. If we can accomplish that, we can do some things that would be quite remarkable. And that's how we look at it.
I'm interested that siting these data centers must be just a phenomenal undertaking. There's risk in that, and there's also political risk also in the siting of these data centers. How do you factor all that in?
Well, listen, from our standpoint, this is kind of what we do. We've been looking at all aspects of risk from an analytics standpoint, really for decades. That database really, gives you a view on where you build these things matter massively. By the way, it matters from the standpoint of just physical risk, catastrophic risk. Wind blows, earth shakes, all these things, wildfires, all these things matter. By the way, at a zip code level, literally down to sort of siting around the world. How you build them matters. How you build them matters. Not just what's inside, but the box and all the things that come with it. All the things that surround it in the community, the sentiment, all the pieces, all those things matter. So all those things have to be factored in. And then understand we are talking about an ecosystem. I described before, the scalers, the builders, the money, the banks, and wrapped around energy and wrapped around water, all the things that come with it. And if one can actually reduce volatility in the context, you're actually creating value. Who gets the value? Scalers want the value. Builders want the value. Money wants the value. Banks want the value. How do you think about that? These are all the things we do as you sort of think about how this is coming together. So it really is an integrated risk view. That's really, last point I'd make on this, has to be done from the beginning. If you do this part way, you've lost the plot. You've got to do it from the beginning to get the value out of it.
I know that you guys in your workforce for years and years have been using some of these tools, but in terms of where we are with the data center build out, this is all still new. There's not really a corollary, is there, in history to this kind of investment?
There's no corollary whatsoever. I mean, from the standpoint, we're talking trillions in a period of time we've never seen before. That's going to stress every aspect, the building piece, the operating piece, the insurance marketplace that we live in, and we're at the beginning of the beginning. And again, there are thousands of data centers in the world. We probably do 40+% of the data centers around the world. Maybe more than that, but this is different. This is at a scale and a pace that's fundamentally different. And we've got to get the integrated risk view right or we actually run a tremendous amount of risk of the operating characteristics that are going on after they're built. So this is the overall piece. And we've loved this gig from the beginning. We put the first NVIDIA chip into a pathwise application of Aeon in 2009, right? So we've been seeing this from an opportunity standpoint forever, but this period of time is different.
I want to talk to you a little bit about China. You mentioned China, and you service clients all over the world, Greg, at Aon. The United States government is your biggest customer, right. And you are unapologetically pro-American about making sure the U.S. wins the AI race. Is the U.S. winning the AI race, and what happens if it loses to China?
Look, I just want to grab the opportunity theme because I think we have to have the risk conversation. We have to have the two-horse race conversation. But we have to have it in the context of the opportunity that's in front of us. The opportunity that's in front of us is for every company to transform itself into a better, more successful company. The things that we're doing with AI, we're agentifying now, were unimaginable 5 years ago. And it's opening entire new markets and entire new doors. And the work that Greg and his companies do to enable all of that is absolutely central. Which takes me to the point of the race between the US and China. The most critical question is how do you measure it? And I think at the end of the day, all of these new technologies get measured by the rate of adoption. If you look at the input side of it, the US is clearly still ahead. Our models are stronger and better. I get a report every month about what our models are doing in the US and what models are doing in China. That gap is closing, but our models are still ahead. We have a clear advantage in chips because we have an advantage in lithography, and that is going to be an enduring advantage at least for quite some time. It's a good debate about who has an energy advantage and who doesn't. It's probably cheaper to build in China than it is to build in the US, and that creates an advantage there. But at the end of the day, this is going to be a race for adoption. And the thing that I worry about is China and the US have taken two different paths in terms of this technology curve. The US companies, our frontier labs, are trying to build the strongest, most powerful models, trying to get to AGI first, if you will. China is focused, like they always do in technology, on delivering the cheaper models, the models that actually cost less to operate. The token values are now 6-to-1 between a US frontier model and a Chinese model, and so that is going to drive adoption around the world. And that is not a race we, as America, can afford to lose. So I'm super excited when I see us as a country come together into a national cyber strategy, come together as consortiums of companies that don't naturally fit together if you don't think about it differently, to actually advance American industry in this area. The biggest advantage that we have in this race is not the chips. It's not the data centers, because those are all going to be obsolete within a decade. The biggest advantage that we have is the workforce, the quality of our talent, and ultimately the strength of the American innovation engine and economic system, which I think is the way which has led us to win races so far, and it's going to help us win this one too.
What about government oversight and regulation?
I think, like every new technology, first of all, we need a clear inventory of what exists and the regulation that is there now. I mean, if you think about it, AI is a set of highly sophisticated algorithms, but algorithms have been around for centuries, and we've been regulating those. And so I think we need to be a little careful in terms of how many more layers of regulation we put on top of this. We need guardrails. They're important. These technologies are evolving very fast and they're very powerful, but we cannot put them in a place where they actually limit our country's competitiveness. Because, like I said, I mean, if we don't do it, the Chinese will, somebody else will. And at the end of the day, the thought experiment that I always like to run, this is sort of the dinner thought experiment, is think about what the internet would look like if China had invented it. And think about what the world would look like if China had invented the internet and built it around their framework as opposed to our framework. And do you really want that to happen to AI? I think the resounding answer is no. So we need to be very thoughtful. We need to regulate certain aspects of it, but we cannot do it at the expense of speed.
I want to ask you quickly before we move on to the people aspect of this, but in an expanding global conflicts, Iran now, and you've got Ukraine and Russia and other non-state actors around the world. How are we using artificial intelligence in national security, and are we using it well?
We are. It's very, somebody mentioned yesterday we're in the second inning. I think we're in the first inning in the use of AI for national security. But if you think about it, every application that demands autonomy, which is everything in space, everything underwater, everything that needs to happen at very, very fast speeds, whether it's in the cyber domain like we were talking about, or now with autonomous drones, is going to be the realm of AI. And again, I think the US is making tremendous progress. I think this administration has unleashed a ton of really powerful progress, but we are so early, and there's so much more to do. And we need to be very thoughtful, but we also need to be aggressive.
Let's talk about the people part of it, because I know that there are a lot of CEOs and a lot of parents who are worried about a lost generation of talent, because in the very early going of AI, maybe there's just efficiency and we're just going to wipe out a lot of jobs. Where do you stand on what the job impact will be from AI on the talent pipeline?
Yeah, on this one, I'm going to react and let's get Horacio's view on this as well, and I'll come back to your point. This is a firm and a partner who's in the fight every day, and he said talent. He mentioned talent. Mm-hmm. We haven't heard a lot about talent. We haven't heard a lot about people in this conversation. We have not. And again, we are massive supporters. 2009, NVIDIA chip application. We've had $1.3 billion sort of into this program in 2023 before it was cool to do that. This is the biggest investment in the history of our industry. We have 60,000 Aon colleagues privileged to work with every day. We don't want 30,000. We want 60,000 more effective. And as we watch clients evolve and what they're up to, where Horacio took us to, I'm going to make explicit. We are not talking enough about people, period. It's inconceivable that a winner in the application of AI isn't going to lead with a world-class people strategy. Inconceivable. And how do we do that? How do we evolve that? How do we take specific steps to actually train, retrain, retool our colleagues so they can be effective in this environment? That's going to be the unlock. An enabled capability that we've never seen before. An enabled capability by people. So for us, we get pretty hyped about this. Again, we're risking people in development overall. And the last point I make around the early careers. The idea you would pull back on early careers is I'm dumbfounded by. You take a skill-based assessment, you're very clear about what you're looking for and how that's going to evolve over time, and you hire based on skills. There should be opportunity here for everyone, as opposed to, my gosh, we need to pull back. It's exactly the opposite one want to do if one wants to magnify the way Horacio is describing.
Well, I guess that means that leaders have to lead and understand that they need to be redeploying the talent they have, not laying mass layoffs, right?
Well, this is back to, if you're about pure efficiency, stand by. The winners are going to, of course, drive benefits from that standpoint, but they're going to drive growth. They're going to drive capability building. And so in the end, you're looking for the irony is we're at the beginning of the AI fight. Who's fighting over talent? Who's fighting every day? Who's the headlines on talent? It's the AI hyperscalers, right? They're fighting over what? Talent. And we should all be digging in on how we can actually do the work to hire skills, colleagues, in a specific segmented-based way as opposed to what we've done before. So we have to evolve ourselves as we think about how we identify talent, bring in talent, train talent, retain talent. That's got to evolve. But my God, what a better investment would we make to be successful in an AI world if we can enable it through better talent strategy.
Yeah, so your message is an AI strategy has to have a people strategy with it. What are you finding?
No, I want to build on that. I think these waves of technology are accelerating. And you want to build a workforce and a talent strategy that actually allows people to transfer from one to the next. We took a lot of our analysts and we trained 5,000 data scientists. We took most of those and trained them to be AI professionals. Agentic wasn't in the vernacular 2 years ago. We're now training by the thousands people on agentic. Quantum is around the corner. Physical AI is the next thing we're going to start talking about in the next 6 to 12 months. And I think you cannot afford to take your best people and not give them the opportunity to stay ahead and stay with these technologies because it's like throwing away your best resource, your highest resource. And so every company is going to have to do that. We're going to have to figure out how to do it as a nation at scale. Again, there was a White House AI education initiative that makes a ton of sense to me. In my mind, universities aren't doing enough on this topic.
Really?
Yeah, because I think, again, if you think about it, you go in for a 4-year degree in computer science. By the time you graduated, whatever you learned your freshman year was a waste of time. We're talking about now cycles of 6 months, 12 months, and we need to completely rethink that paradigm if we're going to be successful as a nation, and if we're going to get in front of the truth that this is a transformative technology, and like all transformative technologies, it is going to transform the workplace. There's a lot of doomsayers. I don't think that that's necessarily true. I think it can transform the workplace for the better, but it has to be part of an evolving and systematic way of doing it that has to start at the company level where we're all experimenting, but at some point it has to translate to the national level.
Let you have the last word.
Well, what Horacio is saying here is, look, this isn't about parity. This isn't about including talent. This is people lead. Talent leads this story. You can't win here without a world-class talent strategy. Now, that doesn't mean the one we had before. It means an evolved talent strategy, a skills-based talent strategy, as opposed to thinking about across computer science. We're spending time with employers around skills-based programs, which the skills change over time, and you're hiring people for the different skills. By the way, some have a college degree, some don't. We do apprenticeship programs that are really skill-based apprenticeship programs. All we're talking about is we need to evolve the people aspect of this as much as we evolve the AI aspect of this to lead the program. If we do that, be clear, both of us are describing massive opportunity here to amplify, massive opportunity to amplify, and that's leading in growth as well as leading in efficiency. Real opportunity.
I know we have 20 seconds, but you acknowledge there could be some disruption before the transformation.
Every transformation brings with it the seeds of disruption and the seeds of opportunity. And I think that we are working together, and many others are too, to drive the opportunity faster than the disruption.
Thanks. Great
Thank you,
conversation.
Christine.
Thank you.
Welcome Penny Pritzker of PSP Partners and Andrew Edgecliffe-Johnson of Semafor.
Hello and welcome, Penny. So, Penny, I was trying to keep count, and I think you straddle 5 different worlds that all bring some perspective on this question of the geoeconomics of AI. You're an investor entrepreneur as founder and chair of PSP Partners. You're in the policy world, former Secretary of Commerce, governance. You're on the board of Microsoft, setting strategy there. Academia. You're senior fellow of Harvard Corporation, and leadership as co-host of the CEO Signal show. And I have to ask, of all of those, is the crowning accomplishment sharing a podcast with me?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I thought it might be great. So look, we may get back
to... It all depends on how this goes here.
Exactly. It could be a short season, but if you haven't caught the episodes so far, please catch up with them. So look, we want to talk about geoeconomics and bringing that experience to bear. Can you give us at a high level your view on the extent to which you see AI determining the outlook for the world economy right now?
Well, look, everybody in this room knows that something obvious, which is AI is the defining technology of our time, and the pace of change is like nothing any of us have ever seen before. And awareness is unprecedented. So it's not like this is happening and nobody knows it's happening. It's on everyone's mind. It's on all of our employees' minds. So the way I think about it is in really three buckets, if you will, as to how AI is affecting us. One is power. The second is productivity, and the third is people.
Right.
So let me talk a little bit.
Number one.
Okay, power. In other words, and I don't mean energy. I mean, that's a whole issue, but that's not what I'm talking about. AI is going to drive winners and losers. And so it has enormous power. The United States has and I think about it in geopolitical terms, the United States has a real history of absorbing innovation at scale and making change in a way that is accepted. But in this instance, China is right there with us. It's not like we're way far ahead. And sometimes when I listen in the boardroom, it's like, oh, we're months ahead. Well, months, how can you know you're months ahead? I don't know. That feels like a very small margin to me. So I think productivity, obviously there's a whole lot of discussion about productivity. And I do think AI offers the most viable path for productivity growth in the United States at this point.
Do you think this is a step change in productivity growth?
I'm sorry?
Is this a step change in productivity growth?
I think it can be, but it depends on diffusion.
Right.
And diffusion, very fancy word, like what does that mean? Diffusion, it means are we people going to accept and utilize AI, and can we figure out how to maximize the value out of it?
Right.
And so at the end of the day, it gets down to people, right? And processes. And it's really easy when somebody says, oh, and it's just going to require a process change. But you're I work with relatively small and nimble companies. Semafor is still relatively small and nimble, but growing fast. But it's hard to change processes in a large company.
Yep.
And so I think so diffusion, nice word, which really means are people going to accept this? And so then you get to people, which is the most important part, which is AI is reshaping work.
Yeah.
Right? And it's reshaping also the relationship between labor, between capital and opportunity. And so one of the things that's near and dear to my heart, we've got to invest in people so that our people are able to absorb the opportunity provided by AI, and we don't find ourselves where we're all on the cutting room floor.
So, this is something you've been working on intensely since your time as Commerce Secretary, probably before, but you've been a big advocate for stronger training and sort of support systems to help workers through various transitions. Is this of a different order of urgency?
I think so, because of the pace.
Right.
And last night we were at a dinner where a senior executive from one of the big tech companies said the game will be over in 3 to 5 years. That's, if you think about going from an agrarian economy to an industrial economy, that did not happen in 3 to 5 years. And this is about humans. This is a technology that is really about human intelligence, judgment, and things like that. And there's all this debate going on. But the point is that we as a country, I really believe this, and this is a passion of mine, which is to make sure that we're helping people adapt. And we're not good at it. And I saw this as Secretary of Commerce when we were really promoting global trade. That was back in the dark ages. It feels like a very long time ago. But basically, and the solution for displacement was called trade adjustment assistance. It didn't work. We did not figure out how to help people, translate from here I am in one job, and that job is no longer here in the United States, and I need to transition to a different kind of job. We've got to get our best minds, and we've got to get people in government, leaders in business, our nonprofits, our educational institutions, our community colleges, together and say, we are going through a massive transformation in a very short period. How are we as a country going to deal with that?
So from what you see now, do you think we've learned that lesson and we're going to do a better job this time?
I don't feel the momentum yet. And so I'm out saying as much as I can about it, but I'm not going to be able to do that myself. I think that this is something all of us have to embrace, and we have to look at leaders like folks in this room and say, hey, what is our role as business? I'm a business leader today, and with a side gig in podcasting. And
that's the profitable bit.
And so the question is really, what role do we all have to play? And we've got to do it relatively quickly and locally.
What would be top of your agenda, your wish list, on a policy front? What would you want to see to build that support?
Oh, on AI in general?
On sort of giving people the skills and preparing them for this shift.
Well, I think there's got to be a combination of incentives as well as really understanding the where are we. I think one of the hardest things everybody's trying to figure out is where are we going? Like, what am I trying to train you to be able to do? And how do I make sure that that's a path that's sustainable, if you will? And so I think that this is where we need folks who are also on the bleeding edge of technology to say, here's what it could look like in 5 years.
Right. What's the business piece of this? If you're a CEO sitting in this audience trying to figure out what the right thing is to do for your own employees, what should they be doing right now?
Well, I think I'll bet what's happening is we're all giving access to our employees to AI. The question is now it depends on how much and what's the productivity. And we're now starting to measure and think about, okay, if do the right people who need AI, do they have access? And what's the value? This is quickly going to happen. It's quickly happening. People are starting to measure and say, what's the value I'm getting from AI? But I think we owe certainly the strategy we've taken, and I do not pretend that we're on the bleeding edge of this, is really to say we've got to not only give everybody access, we've got to be learning from our competitors. We've got to be learning from everybody right now. And it's fabulous. The creativity that's going on in our business inside our four walls and with our competitors is very exciting.
When you think about what you're able to do now inside PSP Partners that you couldn't do before you were deploying AI at scale, what's been most transformative for you?
Okay, I'm not sure what's most transformative.
Let me rephrase it. How's it guiding your investment strategy?
Well, here's the thing. We stepped back and we said we're in the investment business, and we're basically investing our pool of capital. And so we asked ourselves, how can we make better investment decisions? So we actually we created Vicky, and Vicky is an investment committee. We now have multiple Vickies who are investment committee members who are helping us analyze not only future things that we want to do, but also helping us analyze what we have done, what's gone right, what's gone wrong, things that could take. We don't have phalanxes of people that we can call on. So it's making every one of our people so much more productive, and that the information that we've got to analyze much more thorough. And so we're very excited about it. But it is, we're only as good as our willingness to put ourselves out there and frankly and the human is in the loop.
Right.
We've not lost the human in the loop, because at the end of the day, we have to apply judgment to all this information.
So on the CEO Signal Show, we always ask the leaders we interview about something that's tested them. You, as chair of the Harvard Corporation, have been at the center of a pretty interesting leadership test, with the Trump administration first freezing $2.2 billion of federal grants and then suing the university. From the outside, it doesn't look like it's settling down, but can you bring us up to speed and tell us what kind of principles are driving guiding your response to this?
Yeah, I think that whenever you're facing a really tough situation, how do you, as a leader or leadership group, approach a tough situation? And I firmly believe You have to start with what is your mission? What is the business or what is the activity you do? And at Harvard, our mission is excellence in teaching, learning, and research. That's what we're supposed to be doing. And then what we did is we said to ourselves, what are our values? And our motto is veritas, which means truth in Latin. And then the question is, what has to be true for us to deliver that? And we said to ourselves, we have to remain independently governed. We have to be able to hire and fire who we want. We have to be able to teach what we want and admit who we want. All under there are requirements under the law. There are laws that are passed following the laws. But those are important principles. That's helped us as we've made decisions going forward as it relates to the federal government. There's a third really important thing that we've been doing, which is we've stepped back and said, we must improve ourselves. We have to get over this we're Harvard thing, which always bugs me, and say, where are we not living into excellence? And so we approach things like, what are the rules on campus, and are we enforcing our rules? What are we doing about civil discourse? How are we helping our students learn the skills necessary to talk about hard subjects? What are we doing about free inquiry and viewpoint diversity? How are we really providing that on campus and in the classroom? What are our classroom norms? Are both our professors and our students comfortable expressing their opinions, which they were not, for fear of either being ghosted or outed or things like that? So we've changed norms of the classroom. We're addressing grade inflation even. And then there's the very serious issue of bias and anti-Semitism, which we did a very thorough report on ourselves and then said and made a commitment to all the things we were going to do to fix them. And our role on the board is to say, okay, we need to undertake these things and we need to hold the administration accountable and the leadership and the whole organization accountable for exercising or for executing against those commitments. That's what we're doing, and we're trying to move forward and hopefully live into being 400 years old.
So just briefly on a more personal level, what's it like when the President of the United States comes after your organization and some of his allies go off to question your leadership personally?
At times that can be very scary, right? To be perfectly honest. So one of the things we talked about in our leadership, we call the board, is called the corporation. We talked about fear, but we also talked about our values. And we felt as an almost 400-year-old institution, the oldest university in the United States and one that has prided itself on excellence, we had to try to do the right thing, which is why grounding ourselves in our values was so important. And the second is that we had a responsibility not just to ourselves, but to higher education. Right. The steps we took needed to be, hopefully in the best interest. And I'm not saying we're perfect at all, because we have always we're on a journey of being better, to try and do the right thing for higher education in general. And higher education, I'll just say, the last thing about this. If you think about cures for cancer, or you think about sending people to go around the moon, or you think about discovery and innovation, so much of it comes out of our universities. And it does require a partnership between the universities and the federal government. And that partnership needs to work. Right. And it's very important for our country and for the leadership of our country.
That connects those themes beautifully. Penny, thank you. I'll see you back in the studio soon.
Thank you. Look forward to it. Great. Thanks.
Please welcome Steve Zhang of Kindred Ventures and Mohammed Sergi of Semafor.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for staying after the lunch hour. That's really nice. And welcome, Steve. So you invest really across the AI software and the physical AI. And I just wanted to get a bit of an idea of what you're seeing and some explanation of where this next wave of value is going to be created. Is it the bits, the atoms, or is it a combination of both?
Sure. I think there's a little bit of maybe even a false dichotomy between physical AI and digital AI. Anything in physical AI is instructed and supervised by digital AI. So if you think about robotics, the real change in robotics from the last 20 years until just the last couple of years is really that there's intelligent reasoning models creating a truly adaptive robot now. Mm-hmm. And that's really important because generative AI has changed a lot about how robotics works today. So when you talk about the most sort of prevalent form of physical AI that everyone in this room has seen or used themselves is self-driving cars. So self-driving cars are really the first consumer robot that everyone has used in the modern era. And they're really informed by computer vision, machine learning, and all of that is a fundamental tenet of where we are with generative AI. So think of these physical AI and digital AI as very tied at the hip. And physical AI is just a natural evolution of what we can do in terms of intelligence and reasoning and planning and information. Now we want to instruct robots. We want to instruct biopharma, right? These are all aspects of physical AI.
Yeah. Is there more opportunity, I would say, in the physical AI just because there's more stuff to get out there, whereas on the digital side, you're going to end up with some combination of the top players taking market share?
As we've seen every tech cycle, we're an early stage venture capital firm. So we see many entrants and competitors enter the market, hundreds. By the time they go public, it's usually like 3 to 4. Let's call it a rule of 3 that end up winning in a particular space. And that's just a rule of 3 that we've seen over and over again. Now, what's happening right now with the frontier labs, OpenAI, Anthropic, DeepMind, which those would be the 3 in the Western world that would be the big model labs. And then you see in hyperscalers, there's 3 hyperscalers, public clouds, AWS, Azure, GCP, Google Cloud. I think that what you're going to see is many more companies filling out this middle, because as you've seen with coding, software coding, you don't need a huge engineering team anymore. Isn't it ironic that AI ended up first causing layoffs in the knowledge worker category, not in the blue collar category, and that it was software developers that had the first wave of layoffs in Silicon Valley because of that. And it's because coding is language. Language is coding. And so it makes a lot of sense that would happen. Now, what you're seeing now is a proliferation of startups. We called it out, I think, like 3 years ago, that AI would cause a boom in the number of startups that were qualified and interesting, and it's happened. And so I think this rule of 3 might be in question. I think that there may be a lot of competitors. You've seen this in the open source models coming out of China that have gained real popularity with US enterprises, as long as they're hosted in the US. And so I think that AI is opening up or democratizing the playing field a bit.
And especially when you look at it globally, because some countries want to have more sovereign access to the AI. So is there opportunities for US companies to kind of create the IP that could then take over other parts of the world? Is that in a way part of why you're placing these bets, and even if you can't compete, let's say, with an OpenAI with a new startup today, right?
Yeah. Well, let's for the sake of the room, because there will be a varying level of expertise in this, a truly deep reasoning model from an OpenAI or Anthropic uses 150 times more compute resources than a smaller model, a smaller AI model. And what that means is higher order tasks like deep research require so much more compute. And compute is, as we know, AI compute is the new strategic resource of the 21st century. If the 20th century was oil, we are now dependent upon AI compute as a key resource to compete on a global level. And so
one of the things that is really important to think about with this is that if you were to apply those resources at great scale, you would want many different types of models and compute.
Yeah.
There are certain types of tasks and projects you don't need a huge model in the cloud. Yeah. You can do it on edge, so-called locally on your computer, your device, your wearable, your home device. Yeah. And so the edge versus cloud relationship of compute and these models is really, really important for physical AI. So you think about autonomy, self-driving cars. You think about robotics. It's not efficient, cost-wise and latency-wise, to have everything in the cloud. Yeah. You need fault-tolerant decisions here and now, within 50 milliseconds. The only way to do that is to have it on edge. So edge chips, small models for edge use, and then orchestrating with some bigger models in the cloud. So this is the future. Yeah. And I think that right now what we're seeing is that is starting to happen. So that's why, I want to go back to, it's not just the big model labs, and it's not just the big models in the cloud, but you're going to see a lot of dispersion there.
That's really just like, obviously you're venture capital, and you're seeing this explosion in value creation in private markets, some opening in the public markets, at least for the larger IPOs. It seems that this could create that exit that has been missing for a long time, if the pie is bigger, right? In the sense of all the options that are coming through. So what are you looking at when you see
Sure.
OpenAI or whatever going for IPOs or SpaceX? And what in your portfolio is kind of ripe for that?
Sure. So again, we're an early stage venture capital fund, so seed, Series A stuff, right? But it's really important because our LPs, endowment funds, sovereign wealth funds, family offices, they're in a liquidity crunch for the most part, not everyone. And so what we all look to in the venture capital industry, we're looking at SpaceX right now.
Yeah.
SpaceX needs to go public. That needs to happen, and that needs to be successful. And then there's the OpenAI, Anthropic, Databricks IPOs, right? Once that happens, then a lot of the pressure on capital at the earliest stages for funds like ours, then that relaxes. We've even had conversations with LPs saying, we'd love to deploy more into venture capital globally, but we're a little hamstrung right now.
It's locked up in these huge
and so the big macro late stage IPOs have a very direct string pull on everything that's happening at the earliest stages. And if you think about what that means for innovation and startups, it means less long tail of interesting startups that are, it's like startups are not deterministic, right? There are some that are really have huge valuations at their first round, and you hear about them in the news, and you still don't know what product or model they're creating, but they command these huge valuations. A lot of those are going to fail, right? And so what you end up seeing is a lot of the most successful companies have trouble raising in the beginning because it's not obvious. I was an angel investor and advisor to Uber when it first started. It was called Uber Cab.
Yeah.
And no one, it was so, we talked to hundreds of investors. Most of them passed, right? And the reason why is it wasn't obvious. Yeah. And so think about all
why did you go for it? This was your.
Well, I got
big
lucky.
Thing, yeah.
The founders asked me to help them, and I said sure. So I got a little lucky on that one. I can't take full credit for finding it.
It's better to be lucky than good, I guess.
Right. Leverage the luck, right? So one of the things that's really important right now is that if startups that are not necessarily obvious, right? They aren't consensus. They're non-consensus. If they can't get funded, right, then we have a problem, right? Innovation, and if you're talking about sovereign AI, you want as many companies as possible in each layer of the AI industry to get funded so that you have competition and capitalism, Darwinian dynamics. So I think we'll see more and more startups get funded. I think it'll flatten out and be more available. But
another wave, basically, of applications and bits and robotics on top of it.
And it's going to all happen this year, right? SpaceX, Databricks, Stripe.
All this year,
right? They all need to go public. They all need to get out of their parents' house, right?
And to provide that capital for the next wave. That makes a lot of sense.
Right.
Well, I preface this as you being clairvoyant on Uber, but I guess I have to scratch that at this point. But I think you're being too modest.
Can't take credit.
I think you're being too modest. But on your website, you have AGI is really prominent there. People say you have this track record of predicting the future, objectively speaking, and you have access to a lot of stuff that we don't see, right? Like stuff that's not necessarily happening in garages, but what are you seeing today that's going to shock people in a year?
Sure.
And what's going to shock them really in 5 years? So I want both like 1 year near term and 5 years when we're back here in 2035.
I'll give you 3 things that just today we were talking about earlier today at one of the sessions. So number one, I think you're going to see a lot of diversity and competition for NVIDIA. NVIDIA owns today probably 90% plus of the ML AI accelerator chip market. I think that because of inference flipping, so training is where you train a model with data, and then inference is where you use the model, right? You get answers from it. And those are the 2 basic types of compute that you see today. Up until this year, it was mostly training because all the frontier labs were training their models, and that's where all the compute cost was. This year, it's flipping over from 1/3 of compute to 2/3 of compute will be inference. And that means that AI is commercialized. It's really here, right? People are using it, enterprises are using it. Now, what that means for all of the rest of us is that there are many applied AI use cases out there. So I think what you're going to see is a chip market that's going to diversify a little bit. Okay. And you're going to see new entrants. We have a company called Rebellions. We have another company called Extropic, and they have 2 different takes on different types of model architectures. And so I think you're just going to see this tree branching out of different types of specialized chips. And so, look, the AI compute industry, the market is going to grow. NVIDIA will still do amazingly well. It's just the market will have many more competitors. Second one that I call out is generative media. So AI video, AI images, AI voices. We call that generative media. That is now just coming out as a really big area, and that's one of the 3 areas of generative AI that we think about. We have a company there called FAL, which is the leader in that space, generative media cloud. They just raised at an $8 billion post valuation. That company is 2.5 years old. And then I think the other key area to talk about is really thinking about what is happening in robotics, right? And so in robotics, there's so much happening in humanoids, but industrial robotics and self-driving cars, these are here and now, right? So humanoids, scary to some, very interesting and intriguing to others. But if you think about self-driving cars, they're here, they're happening. You can go ride them. Come to San Francisco or LA. It's going to roll out in New York pretty soon. A company of ours, Neuro, is partnered with Uber to power the Uber-branded robotaxi fleet. And then we've got really interesting companies out there like Perplexity. So Perplexity, and I'm biased because I'm an investor and on the board, but they're the first company to roll out true, complex end-to-end agents. And what do you think of when you think of an agent today, an AI agent? You think it does a task for you, does it well. But what they've introduced, and it's not just them, but they're the first to roll it out in a mainstream way. It does the work of, think of a swarm of agents. It does the work of an entire team. So it takes hundreds of hours, and then it brings it all together as if you're giving orders to a team to do this. So actually, in my hotel room, I have 2 Perplexity computer agents working on some research projects.
That's amazing. While you're sitting here.
Yeah, my laptop is on and it's connected to the internet and it's running. And some of my employees in San Francisco can look at the output of that and work on it while I'm here talking on the stage with you.
Steve, we got it into here, but that's really fascinating. So we got the agents working for you while you're sitting here. Maybe next year the agent will be here and you'll be working somewhere else. So thank you so much for your time. Really, this was fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
welcome Ryder Booth of Chevron and Andrew Friedman of Semafor.
Ryder, thank you for being here. Semafor World Economy Day 2. Ryder is Chief Technology and Engineering Officer of Chevron Corporation. You lead the development and deployment of innovative technologies supporting the current and future global energy system, overseeing everything from information technology and innovation to capital projects and supply chain management across Chevron's global operations. So let's jump in. We're having this conversation against the backdrop of war and real geopolitical instability. From where you sit, what does this moment say about the global energy system, and really, why does it matter for AI specifically?
Yeah, first, thanks for being here. I participated in most of this session, was in the back taking notes from a lot of the speakers. But I'll start with the conflict. First, thoughts and prayers go out to our servicewomen and men out there representing our country, and then our employees and probably the employees of companies represented here, praying for a peaceful, quick resolution. There's two key impacts this conflict is having right now. And conflicts like this, they create tension in the system. And when you create tension in the system, it really highlights interdependencies. And we're seeing the interdependencies between energy and national security. In this conflict, very early on, you saw the interdependency of energy, data centers, and national security. If we go back to the late 1990s, early 2000s, and you remember the headlines, they're around peak oil. And it was really a narrative around energy scarcity. Mm-hmm. What's amazing since that time is demand for oil in the world has grown by 25 million barrels a day. Supply for oil has grown by 25 million barrels a day. We use 25 million barrels of oil per day, every day, more than we did just a few decades ago. We've come into an era of energy abundance following an era discussing energy scarcity. And it's going to take abundance in the modern economy for the growth rates we're talking about in AI. The other factor is the geography of AI. And with data centers being targeted within days, if not hours, those were planned targets. That's going to change the dialogue around the location of data centers, AI compute centers going forward. Before, where data centers and AI compute centers were located was dependent on reliable, affordable energy. I think what's going to enter that narrative is now security, national security, and available, reliable, affordable energy.
So it really does reframe everything, truly. And you said AI has moved energy from a background input really almost to a frontline constraint now. What does that change geopolitically?
Yeah, if you think just in the next 5 years, there'll be more power generation built. I think Bob Frenzel made a couple comments similar to this. Yeah. There'll be more power generation built to support AI than we've built in the last 2 decades. And if you think about the energy use for that, contrast to today, if you go back to 2020, during COVID, the world shut down. It ground to a halt. Demand for oil dropped by 10%, meaning the world still used 90% of oil production to stay running in a shutdown state. And if you contrast that today, we're seeing trade impacts of supply up to 20% for oil and plus or minus 20% for LNG. LNG is important in your conversation, the topic that Semafor has for us today, because that's dispatchable fuel that's used for power generation. And you're going to need abundant, reliable, hyper-reliable power generation and fuel supply into the future for AI.
The scale of it, it's absolutely striking. We're seeing tech companies race to secure power for those data centers. Mm-hmm. Can you put this in perspective a bit? And from your perspective, what's surprising these companies right now as they're doing that?
Yeah, not surprising, but it is a race. Yeah. And we are in a race, and we can be in it together. Mm-hmm. Bob Frenzel made some comments around that of actually how does this benefit the electrical grid in the system going forward. But if you look at AI compute centers or data centers today that are the next group being proposed, they average around 1 to 2 gigawatts of power generation. So 2 gigawatts of power generation is what the city of Washington, D.C. uses. It's what the city of Indianapolis uses. It's what the city of Nashville, Tennessee uses. So we're talking about a new era of energy where you're plopping in single uses of energy that equate to some of our major cities in the country today, and doing that at just an unbelievable scale. We haven't seen build out of power and power generation of that level since the 1980s. And a couple of the speakers have noted this today. It will take an all the above energy strategy going forward.
So let's shift gears a little bit. We are at Semafor World Economy, so let's talk policy for a moment. From an energy industry perspective, what matters most from a policy and regulatory standpoint if countries want to compete in the geoeconomics of AI? Right?
Yeah, subject touched on in several sessions today. So AI compute centers and data centers, they're not going to run on ideas. They're not going to run on philosophies. They're not going to run on philosophies or policies. They run on electrons. And electrons take fuel. They take energy infrastructure, they take power plants, they take battery storage. And if you just think about the value chain of AI, you have AI compute centers and data centers. You have power generation behind the meter or somewhere feeding those centers. And then you have the energy being drilled to supply natural gas, going to gas plants to be processed to be able to be a quality to use in power plants. The value chain behind AI, the infrastructure is enormous that has to underpin it. And so if you think about policy, first, you've got to have a streamlined permitting process. That is a lot of infrastructure to permit. Pedro from Edison mentioned just a few sessions ago, I think it was 17 years, they waited for a permit for a power plant to get through the appeal process. So we need streamlined review processes, approval processes, and appeal processes. And you have to have permits that are durable, that stand the test of time, because you need investment certainty in this level of infrastructure. You also need a policy framework that's pragmatic, that's balanced, and that cuts across economic prosperity, affordable, reliable electricity, affordable, reliable fuels, environmental protection, and energy security. And we're seeing that energy security is playing out on the world stage as a national security issue today.
So let's get a little more specific. We all talk about AI in very abstract terms all the time, but where do you actually see it changing what companies can do in practice, and how does an industry like energy stand to benefit from it?
Yeah, December of 2022, my son Jackson, he was a 25-year-old engineer for a valve company in the energy business. I was traveling to Austin, Texas, and he calls me and he says, "Dad, are you on this? It's changed my life. My life has changed." And my first response as a non-grandparent at the time was, "Son, are you and your wife expecting?" And it just blurted out. It was the first thing that came to mind. And he said, "No, are you on ChatGPT?" This was like 3 or 4 days after it went live, November 30th of 22. And I said, "No, I read some of the articles over the weekend." He says, "It's changed my life." And he went on to explain to me that as an engineer, he was doing engineering on valve and valve components. But he spent most of his time writing code, Python code, of the engineering he was doing, and then copying that code into applications to actually run the engineering through their application system. And he told me that day, "I will never code again." He started just doing the engineering, having ChatGPT writing the Python code of the engineering, and then copying and pasting it into the application. He told me that day, "I've become an engineer again." And that's what AI, one of the benefits of AI is it actually takes the complexities of the things we've created in our work and society today, and it takes away some of those complexities so we can do what humans were designed to do really well, which is engineer, create, innovate, explore, make decisions, have judgment. And so we're going to return to things we're good at, and AI is going to be one of the ways in which we do that. Inside of Chevron is a use case, as you asked. Our largest AI platform is a platform called Apex. And it's an AI platform that accesses a century worth of data we've acquired through either seismic acquisition, well logs all around the world, or production data. And it takes that data and puts it at the fingertips of our geologists, who we found were spending 80% of their time researching seismic data, well logs, and production information. And we've cut down what was taking months or years to assemble that information together. And we're putting it at their fingertips in minutes, and not just the data, but the insights from the data. And just like my son, we've taken our geologists who had become researchers, and we're converting them back to geologists and explorers.
Amazing. A great note to end on. Ryder, thank you so much for being here with us today. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sorry we couldn't do the lens. We were hit on.
Please welcome Ravi Kumar of Cognizant and Reid Albergotti of Semafor.
Hello, Ravi.
Thank you.
Thank for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Good to see you. So, and thank you all for coming. Good to see a packed house. I was looking at this interview you did with Andrew Edgecliffe-Johnson. It was about a year ago now. You said 22% of your code at that time was being written by AI, and within a year it'd be 50%. Did that prediction come true?
Yeah, kind of. The single biggest use case for AI is writing software code.
Yeah.
Interestingly, generative AI was built for probabilistic science, but it does best for deterministic. So code writing is deterministic. I think it's fair to say that 50% enterprises get it now. At Cognizant, we are already at 30 plus. It's no longer AI assisting writing software engineering. It's transitioned from assisting software developers to synchronous agentic around software engineering to asynchronous agentic around software engineering, which means you can macro delegate to agents the cycle of software development, and you can micro steer as you do that. So software engineering is way ahead on getting assistance from AI. Now we are seeing much more. We are seeing business operations. At that point of time, I didn't realize legal functions which were very specialized could actually get impacted.
Yeah.
And now we're also seeing physical AI, which is enhancement, digital enhancement on physical objects. Even that is, that has come much more mainstream now than ever before.
But now, despite all those efficiencies, you look at your head count, it was about 350,000 then. Now you've got just over that amount. So why has that stayed the same? You haven't been, calling the workforce using AI.
No, we've been growing.
Yeah.
So the fact that, just to go back to 2025, we had a differential between the growth we did and the number of people we added.
Right.
And that differential was literally 250 basis points. So we grew much faster than the number of people added. And that's the real issue. The real issue now to deal with is this going to be jobless growth, or is it going to be an opportunity to not eliminate, but actually amplify the potential? And that's the pivot we have to make if we really want to anchor this to jobs of the future and as jobs of the past go away.
And, but it sounds like now you have this interesting tax proposal, right, on AI that has to do with labor. So it sounds like you're kind of pessimistic. Can you explain that? I want you to just...
Unlike tech disruptions of the past, which were slower So jobs of the past went away, but jobs of the future came pretty quickly. So you didn't need an inventive transition. I wrote an article last week about this. In some ways, put the weight on the capital, tax the capital, and not tax the labor as much. And that's a temporary bridge I was proposing. Let's go back to why the thesis works. Most times, if you look at fiscal discipline of developed nations, 70 to 80% of the earnings of governments actually come from labor. Mm-hmm. And capital gets a free runway. And capital gets a free runway because capital is tied to labor enhancement in some ways, either more jobs or more wages or more value. And that equation is kind of, it's no longer connected anymore. Yeah. So there is an inverse reaction. There's an inverse relationship between labor and capital. If capital is not infusing more jobs in the short run, I was proposing a bridge in the middle. Yeah. And that bridge is a temporary bridge so that you could actually have a smooth transition. Normally, if capability is distributed, and that's what is happening with AI, capability is getting distributed. In fact, I wrote another article with the Time, which was about over the last 50 years, you drifted value upwards, created white-collar jobs, and the value got stuck there, and frontline workers really never got higher productivity. Even if they never got higher wages. Wages have been flattish for the last 25 years. So this is a unique opportunity to drift the value down. And if you drift the value down, you should incentivize corporations to make sure that the value gets to where the access is. Yeah. Value never moves with access. Value actually moves with controls. And if value moves with controls, the value then gets captured in the workflows, into margins, and it doesn't go to the frontline workers. But if it goes to the frontline workers, you will then start to see jobs of the future coming faster.
In other words, if you're a company and you're using AI to create jobs, like it sounds like you are, you're seeing that happen, then you're not going to have to. Yeah. So
the point I'm making is,
but it's hard to attribute.
If the jobs of the past are going away very quickly, and the jobs of the future are going to take a long period of time, you need a bridge where you actually put some weight on the capital. Don't give it a free runway. But remember, if you really tie it down, then it'll actually be a negative to innovation. So you don't want to do it in a way. You have to calibrate it in a way that you're creating the right balance. I mean, capital is creating digital labor. Digital labor is competing with human labor. You're taxing human labor, and you're not taxing digital labor. So it's not fair. Right. So what I essentially am saying is, create that bridge which allows you to use AI in some ways to amplify the jobs you do versus eliminating the jobs you have, and remove the bridge when the jobs of the future are coming in. I mean, this is a technology which should have impacted mission-critical things which are not a human endeavor, like life-saving drugs, like cancer treatment. It isn't doing that. It's actually going behind jobs of today. So which essentially means you create the bridge so that you smoothen it. I mean, look, today, 60% of the jobs which exist today did not exist in 1940. Right. But these transitions were very smooth. And that's the point I was making. So keep the connection between capital and labor, and smoothen the curve, and make sure that capital is used to amplify wages, amplify the potential, versus elimination.
Before I move on from this topic, I'm just curious, since you've written that, have you heard anything, have you gotten any traction there from lawmakers, people who want to actually take up some of these policies, or is it a little still far out there?
It's a thing to work on. I mean, this is an unusual situation.
Yeah.
And if we don't really work on this, we're not going to create shared prosperity.
Yeah.
And if value doesn't drift back to workers, you're not going to have higher wages. And this is going to kind of accrue to scale, margins. Remember, economic models are actually built for intelligence scarcity. We have intelligence abundance. So we are not used to economic models to calibrate this. And if it is not built for intelligence abundance, what is really going to happen is, if you don't have human judgment, if you don't have accountability, if you don't have outcomes set on workers, that scarcity won't exist, which then means jobs will go away. So you will have to create those guardrails so that you land well on the other side.
So I want to talk about Cognizant here. So you're helping customers basically enable AI, and you've talked about this velocity gap, this AI velocity gap between, infrastructure spending on AI and then real value. Yeah. What do you think is the single biggest reason companies are just not able to get value out of AI right now?
Yeah. So look, in the last 12 months, $1 trillion has been invested on AI infrastructure. The capability of the technology today it exposes $4.5 trillion of labor value in the United States. So we don't need more capability, because the total labor value in the United States is $15 trillion, $4.5 trillion is already, it's already impacted. 93% of the jobs have some impact. 50% of the jobs have an impact of around 35% of the tasks. We did an exercise with the ONET database with 18,000 tasks and 1,000 occupations. So it is a technology of today. So the point I'm making is the drift of value to enterprises has not happened yet, but the capability is already there. And the drift has not happened because you need to reinvent the processes. You need to reinvent the flows of a company. The flows of a company have been built for humans. I mean, autonomous cars had a smarter technology in 2006. We are in 2026. We have only 0.5% of car rides in the United States on driverless cars. That is because it is hard to apply the technology on infrastructure which was actually built for humans. Now you have to get machines and humans to work together. So reinvention of businesses, reinvention of processes, reinvention of workflows, integrating AI into the business architecture of companies. All of that is a long way to go.
Yeah.
So there is a velocity gap. And the problem this time around, every time there has been a velocity gap between when tech disruptions have happened, the problem this time around is the shelf life of the technology is very, very less. The scaling laws were 3 years before. The scaling laws now are 6 months, which means if you keep accumulating this technology, somebody has to pay for it. Look at it this way. You're not creating a flywheel. You're saying jobs are going to go away. So value is not accruing on this side. Almost 70% of the GDP growth which has happened from AI is primarily related to data centers. It's not actually fed into worker productivity yet. So unless you drift that value quickly, there is no point having the capability. It's easy to do it in the consumer world. It's very hard to do it in the business world.
As we kind of run out of time here, I'm just curious. You've sort of turned around Cognizant to make it, this sort of AI native company, but you've also been making these acquisitions, right? Belcan and 3Cloud. Like you've been buying your way into that turnaround a little bit. Do you expect more acquisitions in the future, or do you think you're sort of done and you're able to do that in-house?
Look, the first principles of a business are changing significantly. Consulting businesses are no longer hourly rate businesses. Like SaaS businesses are no longer per seat models. Consulting businesses will go away from being per hour kind of model. we should have the courage to own operational outcomes of enterprises. Enterprises have kind of got a distributed value chain. They buy infrastructure, they buy technology, they buy SaaS, they buy services, and the agency of accountability and outcomes actually remains with enterprises. So the calling was always about how do you bring all of this together and deliver as outcomes. So the businesses we are keen on are the ones which allow us to become a platforms company, an outcomes-based company. And that's the first principles on which we're going to rewrite our business. We're going to reforge our first principles on outcomes. Human capital will be underneath it. Human capital is no longer a specialty. Specialty is not the asymmetry anymore. Interdisciplinary skills is the new asymmetry between technology and a domain. I mean, I want a biology major with computing skills. I want a chemistry major with computing skills. I want a legal professional with computing skills so that I could identify those functions and get human labor and digital labor to have an interplay between the two. And in some ways, the good news is AI is very jagged. It does things well, which humans couldn't, and it doesn't do well, which humans could. So you can bring the two, improve productivity, and pass on that productivity as wages to employees. So that's the anchoring we're doing on our business. The first principles of our business are going to change. And if we want to be that company with the first principles of being a platforms company, with ownership of outcomes, we have to reinvent ourselves to support the businesses of our clients. Our clients are looking at us as providers who could actually take care of those mission-critical outcomes.
It's an interesting message for people who are graduating college right now, what they need to do to sort of find a job. But I think we're out of time. But I appreciate the message. Thanks so much, Ravi.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Please welcome Oliver Karas of ZocDoc, Linda Yaccarino of eMed, and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
I forgot to put it.
Linda, Oliver, thank you for coming. This is a fun pairing. Linda, you are running a telehealth business that prescribes GLP-1s. Oliver, you are running a platform for doctors who presumably all worry that their patients are getting GLP-1s prescribed behind their back by a telehealth provider. So let's start there. Linda, employers are now being asked to cover these massively expensive drugs, and that is your distribution channel. What do you say to a CFO that says, why should I pay for this?
Well, what I explain, thank you for having me here. We really appreciate it. It's great to sit beside Oliver and talk about such consequential transformation in healthcare. But for what I say to CEOs and CFOs is I try to, first of all, easily explain what a moment that we're living in, right? So imagine a future which has come where there is a world where these medications are not just about tackling diabetes, weight loss, heart health, kidney health. Imagine a world where there are medications that aren't just cosmetic, they're actually clinical, saving wild populations of people and giving them healthier, happier lives. The challenge is, here's where the CFO part comes in, is that while these medications are so consequential, only 1 in 5 employers can afford to cover them right now. So that's where eMed sits at the epicenter of doing that, because the clinical rigor of our tech platform delivers outcomes that are 90% adherence to these medications. I'm sure Oliver would say that that's pretty consequential numbers and industry leading. That's when you see the health outcomes of these GLP-1 medications. And when you see the health outcomes of these GLP-1 medications, you have a healthier employee base and you have a healthier bottom line. They don't have to go to see their doctor as often. They don't have to go out to a lab, all delivered in the privacy of their own home through our program. So it provides a very good opportunity to CFOs where the covering of these GLP-1 medications until now has been quite out of reach.
Oliver, are doctors on your platform, are they worried that between the rise of these telehealth startups, there's many of them out there, the rise of cash pay and sort of alternative channels, that they're losing control of an important healthcare decision? We saw this a couple of years ago with Adderall and some other controlled substances, that it did get away from the provider a little bit, and there was a backlash to that.
I think what Linda's doing is very different from Adderall, just to be clear. But I think the problem is a lot broader than that, right? Because companies spend a lot of time designing a benefit program, and then their employees can't get access, right? There is a access problem in healthcare that's of crisis proportions. And if you compare it to every other dimension in our life, right? In e-commerce, you buy. In travel, you book. In healthcare, you get blocked. It takes 30 days from the time that a patient picks up the phone and dials for doctors till they actually see one. Think about what all the things that get worse over 30 days. Think about the patients that go to the emergency room. What's important is that patients have a front door to healthcare that actually opens. And ZocDoc is one flavor of that, but obviously they can go to many places. And we are actually creating that healthcare access infrastructure so that no matter where the patient starts their journey, whether that's on ZocDoc or on Google or on other websites, their health insurance, they can always find care. It's kind of the Shopify for healthcare analogy. And the doctors are very comfortable with that. They know that patients sort of go and find the right solutions to themselves. Now, they still want to be involved, and I think there is a very important sort of role of that doctor-patient relationship that happens in person, because we all have bodies, right? And you cannot do everything through telehealth, just like you can't do everything through telepizza, right? Where you cannot actually eat the thing if you're not in the same room with it. And so for a long time, that basic atomic unit is going to be that patient-doctor relationship in person, but there's obviously a lot of things that start playing into it, and that work is getting more complex, and the doctors are there to manage that.
I love what Oliver said about, I think you said the Shopify of healthcare, and I think it's really important to address the expectation of the patient and the rise of direct-to-consumer expectations like you talk about, and what both of our companies do in very different ways in the services that we provide is democratize that access, and what is actually disintermediating healthcare, because it's taking all that friction out of the system. And I think you're actually living in that moment where you're actually able to shrink that time period of when they can actually get to a doctor and get the consequential medications that they might need, but not replacing that one-on-one experience with the healthcare, physician. That's what's so important.
You were talking before about the bottom line, and you have healthier employees, they're more productive, they cost you less. If they stay over time, right, you have to get that back. But is this a recruiting perk? Is this, the new massages and free lunches?
No, yes, but obviously much more consequential. But a recruiting and a retention tool. And I think I said at the beginning that is the number one requested employee benefit. Right? So think about what your employees are thinking about.
Ahead of 401k matching? That seems wild.
Well, I have to say, because the GLP-1 medication, I mean, think about the data. A study that Aon just came out with. And we'll talk about women's health just for a minute, because the data is astounding. And it's the impact of these, greatest medical intervention of many lifetimes, right? So you look at the Aon study, and you look at 47% less hospitalization claims when it comes to cardiovascular incidents for women, okay? 14% less claims for breast cancer, 50% less for ovarian cancer. Those are stunning numbers, which was a medication that came out to fight diabetes. Weight loss was a side effect, and has now literally interrupted the spread of so many chronic diseases. So that's why it's the number one most requested health benefit, right? Because your money is important to you, but without your health, I'm sure Oliver will agree with me, without your health, nothing else matters.
Oliver, you were telling me recently that your providers see an inbound in interest on GLP-1s after they get new celebrity spokesmen. We saw a bunch in the Super Bowl, and is that good?
It's a fact, and so we just need to, I think, deal with that. But the reality is, patients are changing what they're doing in so many ways. I think one of Serena Williams, for example, when she came out as using GLP-1s, we saw a 27% spike in GLP-1 bookings on ZocDoc. So that clearly happens. But we see other trends that actually are less spiky, but of a completely different magnitude. AI, for example, leads to a completely different level of engagement with healthcare. Patients take this more seriously. It warms up, actually, demand in many ways, because now the threshold to asking questions is much lower. But the patients still want to be seen by an actual doctor. And so we are getting into a crunch where we get so much more engagement, and then the actual transaction, the layer to actually get that patient an appointment with a doctor, is still nascent. And this is obviously a problem that we're trying to solve, but it also was interesting to see how do the doctors actually react to this. And there's a couple really, I would say, taboos that we need to break, because the patients, many of them, keep their AI usage secret from the doctor. They think, because the doctor knows that they used AI, because they behave totally different than the patients that didn't use AI, and the doctors are actually okay with it. And so we need to break through this taboo, because if you don't admit that you used AI, then the conversation with the doctor is much harder, and it's much harder to address this elephant in the room, because the patients ultimately still want the doctor to treat. They want the AI to inform. And it's this new entity in what used to be the dyad between the patient and the doctor. It's now a triad. AI is there. Consumers are more engaged. They are more involved. They are more informed. And so that's changing healthcare a lot more than a celebrity here or there. I think it's a structural change.
I don't think that they're mutually exclusive, right? So we talk a lot about EMED, about AI, and obviously at the core of our tech platform. And it's one of the most empowering tools for both our clinician, for the clinical journey that our patients go through, but it's also a powerful tool for transparency and education for our patients, right? So there's a transparency and access of information that has never been available before, right? So then when you talk about whether it is a celebrity endorsement or a partner, that's just simple elevation of your brand awareness for people that you trust, they don't work exclusively with each other. They have to be intertwined. And I would be remiss if I didn't talk about my business partner and Chief Wellness Officer, Tom Brady, right, who just joined our company, and talk about respected, admired, and known for discipline. I don't think you can last 23 seasons in the NFL if you don't have a real focus on a discipline plan for performance and longevity. And that's where, in particular, these GLP-1 medication conversations are transitioning to. So again, I agree with the most powerful tool in healthcare today, AI, improving the experience, and we talk about empowerment, but the trusted brand spokespeople are super important just for the mindset of consumers, because that's the way it works.
Send him out on corporate sales calls? Pretty good draw?
I did a few today with him.
Where do wearables fit into all this? Start with Oliver on the data side. You know, as a consumer, you can have access to so much more information about yourself. Do doctors want that? Is this going to be some kind of ecosystem where I'm constantly telling my doctor how I feel and they're constantly giving me some feedback? And then I'm curious whether you think there's an appetite on the corporate side to like buy me an Oura ring or something.
The doctors, oh, for sure. Doctors want the engaged patient. And all these tools, the wearable, the AI, is just increasing the overall level of engagement. It increases the informedness, it increases the quality of the questions, and that makes for a better patient. And so that is certainly true. Now, if every little data piece is exactly the way it is, represented by an AI, like they do make mistakes. And so that's why if we go beyond what the doctors want and see what the patients actually want, they want that duality. They want to have the AI available. They clearly, they want the awareness. Tom Brady, who wouldn't like a sales call from him? I'm sure you get many people to sign up for that. But they also then want the doctor to actually verify that this is right and that this is the treatment path that they should be on. And so that is really what we need to learn, right? How do we sort of integrate these new channels into the way that healthcare is delivered? That is going to be a change. It's a change that doctors broadly welcome. They think it will, make for better informed, more engaged patients, which means healthier patients, in the long run. And that's ultimately why the entire system exists.
Linda, are companies going to issue a Whoop along with your company iPhone?
I think it's going to be at least that. There's several, I would say, wearables that are currently being integrated. But I would add to the engagement piece, because the engagement, the more informed patient, which should deliver the most important thing, which is better, more long-term health outcomes. I think what the wearables do is further democratize access to all of your health information in many different ways. But if you can aggregate it all in one place and be educated, and what's the thing most people say now, know your numbers, right? You aggregate all of this in one place and you have a whole health experience. It's very, very effective, that drive or enable engagement. And actually employers are leaning into that, because what they're learning is that wellness programs have been around for a very, very long time. And the recent entree or addition of these, in EMED's case, GLP-1 medications, have made the most powerful tool for the long-term outcomes. And those long-term outcomes, which enables me to have the good conversations with the CFOs, because the quicker you're going to achieve the return on your health investment.
Linda, I got to ask about X.
You do?
I sure do.
Who said that?
Live journalism. You left, last year, and sort of undeniably back as like a real place the conversation is happening. It continues to be relevant in breaking news situations, but there is still a lot of slop and a lot of discussion around particularly non-consensual image manipulation. And I guess I'm curious, as someone who worked very hard to convince advertisers that that was a safe place to be, what do you think of X today? And does EMED advertise on it?
So I will start with the greatest opportunity of a lifetime was to join X at one of the most consequential times in the history of the free speech platform. not without excitement, certainly. So I spent a lot of time, you're right, and thank you. I spent a lot of time working on ensuring the safety of the platform. During my tenure there were 21 elections all over the world that our P0 priority was to protect information, to protect those elections. Super proud of that. Actually, I was reminiscing with someone today because when I was about 6 months into my tenure at X and I had to testify in front of the Senate on child safety. So incredible strengthening of technology and resources, both human resources and AI and technology resources to protect that platform. So super proud of the work that I've done there. I've been gone, how long now? 8 or 9
Left
months.
in July, right?
That's several lifetimes in AI and tech. But the platform, literally the most consequential news platform all across the globe, and pretty proud of my work there. I can't speak for what they're doing now, but I have to say I think it'll continue to be a great platform to give really global information, immediate access to people all over the world.
Do you advertise on it?
Yes, we do.
All right. Oliver, the pandemic was a huge moment for telehealth, but I was looking at some data the other day about e-commerce, which also boomed then, and it's basically back on the same trajectory that it would have been but for the pandemic, which pulled forward a lot of consumer behavior, but didn't actually change where e-commerce as a share of retail was going. Has the same thing happened in telehealth? Was this big boom, but now we're just where we would have been in 2026 anyway?
It's a little bit different than e-commerce because e-commerce was a thing before the pandemic. Telehealth was really not. Like we saw maybe 0.5% of our bookings pre-pandemic be telehealth on ZocDoc. It shot up to 32%, during the pandemic, and I'm excluding mental health, which is very different than there. It's mostly telehealth. But if you look at everything but mental health, it's shot up all the way up to 32% being telehealth. And today, 97% is again, in person, and that's driven by the patient's choice. We actually, offer objectively like all the things that are out there, including there's lots of capacity for telehealth. And what we see is actually what's important is the option for telehealth. Patients choose doctors that offer telehealth twice as often as they choose doctors that don't offer telehealth, but they choose to see them in person. So that is sort of a conceptual safety valve that they want to have. If I want to see this doctor in future through telehealth, I can, but I really want to go in and I want them to look me in the throat and poke my belly and listen to my heart, and that's just the way they want it, and what their mothers probably taught them or their fathers. And that's what they continue.
Classic American consumer product. We want options that we won't even take. Listen, I really appreciate the time. This is a lot of fun. Thanks for the conversation.
Thank you so much.
Welcome Kevin Hassett of the National Economic Council and Liz Hoffman of Semafor.
Director Hassett, thank you for joining us.
I'm glad to be here. Please call me Kevin. I don't like the Director Hassett.
Okay, Kevin it is.
Too formal.
Polls are consistently showing that Americans still feel worse off than they did 4 years ago. We just got a record low reading from the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey, which has been asking people how they feel since the 40s. At what point does this administration have to own that record rather than having inherited it?
Well, we're happy to own the record. If you look at real income growth, it's very high, 1.6% over the last year. That's after inflation. If you look at specific like goods producing workers, it's about double that. If you look at taxes, the tax season, there are about 60 million people that are benefiting from no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, or no tax on Social Security. For the no tax on tips people, I actually went to a restaurant down the way, and just because I'm a nerdy economist, I asked the waiters an intrusive question. I said, how much did you save on your tips this year? And the low estimate was 3,000 and the high was 10,000. And it kind of shows how averaging works, because the average in the data right now is about 7,000. And so we've got lots of success putting more money in people's pockets, even after inflation. And so we're very happy to own that record.
But for a long time, a way to predict future elections was simply to ask people how they felt and if they felt better than they did 4 years ago. And you're heading into midterms where the polling is tough. And there's been a lot of talk of affordability. We can get into some things that have perhaps made that more complicated on the inflationary side. But what is the message between now and November?
Well, first of all, I'm an acolyte of Ray Fair, the famous economist at Yale University, who began a political science literature back when I was a kid, practically, where he looked at what predicts elections, and he found that the best predictor was the state of the economy the summer before the election. In fact, I think his informal rule was if GDP growth is above 2.5%, then the incumbents win. And so right now, I guess the question is, are we confident that the economy is going to be strong this year? And we really are, because we have so many positive effects that we're seeing in the data.
But you've been predicting as recently as last week, I think 4 to 5% GDP growth this year?
I think 4 to 5%. And I can tell you where you get that. So it's not just a made-up number. That right now, the best estimate we have for productivity growth, which is the growth you kind of get for free in the economy, is about 2.5%. So if we didn't increase capital spending and we didn't increase labor supply, and we just held them flat for the year, then we'd have about 2.5% growth. Right now, if you look at the orders and shipments of non-defense capital goods, they're the highest they've ever been. And one of the things Alan Greenspan taught me to look for was our orders higher than shipments, because that means they're even going up from here, and they are. And so there's a massive amount of capital spending, easily gives you like about 1% of extra growth from the capital spending. And then for labor supply, we've got increases in hours worked that gets me sort of up to 4.
But Wall Street consensus, I'm not saying they're always right, they often aren't, is about 2.5%. Treasury Secretary Bessent last night told my colleague Ben Smith that the economy would, quote, have some making up to do after the first quarter, when I think even the Atlanta Fed has growth, just over 1%. Do you think they're all wrong? What are they missing?
Well, I can remember in 2017 when we ran the same kind of arithmetic out and said that growth would be about 3%, that I went on CNN, Zachariah's show. And it was the first time I was on a show, and he introduced me as follows. He said, after me saying that we'd have 3% growth, he asked Larry Summers to comment. And Larry, in his own special way, said that Kevin Hassett is either stupid or a liar or both. And what happened was we got the 3% growth. And the same models, in fact, you could go back and look. The Wall Street Journal, a couple years later, wrote a long, unsigned editorial about how pretty much every number that we put out at the Council of Economic Advisors when I was chairman came to be true within a tenth or two. And so the same models are saying that we can definitely produce 4% growth this year, and it's not based on optimism, it's based on science.
Okay. The president came into office promising to bring prices down. But he's done a lot of things, tariffs and now the war in Iran, that are pretty clearly inflationary. Tell me if you disagree. But in some ways, wouldn't the administration have gotten a lot more of what they promised had they simply not done these things discretionarily?
Well, let's look at the record. We just had a consumer price index. The core number was 0.2, which is about what the Fed's target is. And in fact, it rounded up to 0.2. And when you look at why core is and other prices, non-energy, we could talk about energy in a minute, that it's doing so well is you can identify the policies that created the good news on inflation. So, for example, all of our attempts, Trump RX, to reduce drug prices shows up in the CPI as lower drug prices. Go figure. Our effort to arrest the avian flu did such a good job. Remember when we came in, every time I went on TV, we were talking about egg prices. Well, now nobody talks about egg prices because they're basically about as low as they've ever been. We had an executive order opening up imports from Argentina, increasing their quota for beef, and in the CPI, beef prices went down. And so we're taking action to lower prices. And the metric really that I think is best is that core inflation over the last 6 months now is 2.6%, which is lower than it's been since the inflation under President Biden began.
But I think a lot of people understood when he said, well, let's do inflation X eggs, right? We can take eggs out of this.
Eggs aren't a big share.
They're not a big share.
Yes, but I just said it's 0.2.
But things that are excluded from
core is X food and energy.
Energy is a huge input into people's prices and people's pocketbook. And the president had said first he thought gas prices would be down by the summer, and then he said probably not by the midterms. And it just feels like this is an affordability snowball that is starting to build. And without a clear timeline on what might happen in Iran, I want to get a clearer sense of what is actually the message to the American people right now about what they are going to pay for things. These are supply shocks that can't be sort of papered over or monetary policyed over or even stimulus over. There just isn't enough of the stuff.
Look, I'm not a political consultant. I'm an economist. I can tell you that right now core inflation is the lowest it's been since before President Biden's team created runaway inflation. When they created the runaway inflation, the minute that they did it, even before the inflation was visible, I was talking about it. You could go back and look. John Cochran and I wrote an article in National Review saying that inflation is going to go up. About 2 weeks later, I did a TV interview where I said it'll be probably around 7% this year, and it was about 7%. Went up into double digits, and that whole time I don't remember turning on the TV and seeing most places talk about affordability. We're making an enormous amount of progress. We've cut inflation down almost to the Fed's target, and we're going to continue to think of policies like the, opening up, beef imports or attacking prescription drug prices. We're going to continue to pursue policies like that, which will reduce inflation even more.
Ken Griffin was on the stage earlier, and he said, almost certainly, if the Strait remains closed for, I think he said 6 to 12 months, we're going to be in a recession. Is that not what? Have you modeled that out?
Well, in fact, if you look at the literature on oil prices of the economy, there's a famous paper by two old friends of mine, Olivier Blanchard and Jordi Galli. People who want to look it up could go to the National Bureau of Economic Research and see it. And they look into what they say is the puzzle is why is it that energy prices don't have as big an economic effect as they did in the 70s? For the U.S., the obvious answer is because we're the largest oil producer on Earth. But the other thing that's happened over time is that the energy intensity of GDP has gone way, way down. And so we certainly don't expect this to take anywhere as long as the speculation of Ken, who's a very good man and a friend. But the fact is that it's not the 1970s anymore, and there's a whole academic literature that suggests that the whole global economy is more resilient than it used to be because of the reduced energy intensity of GDP.
Looking ahead, I think most people expect AI to be deflationary in the long term by making things cheaper and the cost.
And that's where the productivity is partly coming from.
Correct. In the moment, it feels inflationary. There's a lot of spending going on that is, squeezing construction costs, and we don't have enough of the blue-collar workers in the first place. So I'd be curious if you think there's some wage inflation in welders and electricians that are now in high demand. Like, what is the right way to think about short-term inflationary costs of this giant AI boom that, and we'll talk about in a second, people don't love, and then the kind of longer-term benefits of an economy that is more productive and more efficient?
What's happening right now is that small businesses, especially, who fold AI into their business, are seeing massive cost reductions that they are passing on to consumers. We're seeing revenue skyrocket once small businesses really level the playing field with big businesses by using AI. And so I'm not seeing right now, and again, we just had inflation, core inflation down relative to anything we've seen since the beginning of the Biden administration. And so I'm not seeing any kind of inflationary push. But don't forget that in the end, the way to think about it is that if you have a town and the only thing, or say you have an economy and there's like one apple tree, and then there's people that eat the apples, and then all of a sudden there's 2 apple trees, then what happens to the price of apples? And that's what's happening, is the AI is increasing the productivity of small and large businesses, and creating an incentive for people to lower prices because they're more productive.
But is the right way to think about what AI is doing on the price side to talk about what small businesses are able to pass on to their customers? Maybe these giant CapEx investments that are being made, huge energy investments. There's real concern that it's going to suck energy off the grid that is already pretty capacity constrained. Energy prices are going up. Electricity prices are going up. I'm wondering if you can actually take a look at the large cap part of this economy.
For sure, there's a massive amount of capital investment, and when I grew up, we used to think that was a good thing. GDP is C plus I plus G, and I is through the roof. And that's going to put downward pressure on prices. The thing that you raise, electricity prices, is something that President Trump is focused like a laser beam on, and we're working very closely with the large data centers to make sure that they produce their own power.
This was the BYO energy.
Exactly, and we even had a big announcement and a groundbreaking just about a month ago where that was exactly the plan.
And the idea is to incentivize them to do that by speeding up some of the permitting process,
We are certainly doing that, yeah.
What does a Warsh Fed look like? And do you think he'll be able to garner consensus from the voting members of the Fed to cut rates?
Oh, sure, yeah. Kevin and I have been really close friends for a very long time. He works...
You are the other Kevin of the 2 Kevins the president
talked about. I don't know how many Kevins there
are.
But the fact is that Kevin was in the NEC and worked with my friend Larry Lindsay, former partner Larry Lindsay, and he was like a really young guy when they put him in to be a governor of the Fed. And then when he went to the Fed, we had, and it certainly wasn't because of him, we had a global financial crisis. And so he's someone who has rich experience in running the Fed sort of when things are normal, and also running the Fed when things are in crisis. And I can't think of a person who'd be better qualified to run the Fed than him.
But he's under a lot of pressure to cut rates at a time when there are some inflationary pressures. You can argue about where they are and how long-lived. And also, I think people forget that the Fed is a voting body, and he has to create a consensus for that. Can you talk a little bit to what you imagine that challenge might look like?
I think that in the end, the Fed needs to be independent and data-driven. And I think that the Fed, I was a senior economist at the Fed when I was very young. The Fed has lost its way, and I think that there's some, making up to do for the Fed. If you look at the fact that, when President Trump was running for office the first time, then it looked like inflation was very high, but the Fed didn't move at all until after the election, and then the minute he was elected, they started raising rates. And then, right before this election, they cut rates, and presumably to help Kamala Harris's. And you could actually see that the rate cut in the election had a big effect on the economic data running into the election. Jay Powell didn't start raising rates in the 7 to 10% inflation range until after he was reappointed as Fed chair by President Biden.
You think the president is right that those were explicitly political decisions?
Well, you look at the pattern and decide for yourself.
They were certainly slow to raise on the way up, and were perhaps slow to cut on the way down. And just being wrong in both directions doesn't necessarily make a conspiracy theory.
I'm not making a conspiracy theory. I'm just stating dates to you about when things happened. And so I could say that when I was working with Greenspan, we went back and looked, and as an example, in order to preserve the independence of the Fed, that it was very, very rare. I think there was only one case in all Fed history where there was a big move in the fall before a presidential election. And this one, came when many people were wondering where did this come from. But where Kevin is going to take it back and where it was when I was at the Fed, I'll tell you like a final story about this, is that I'm a tax economist mostly. That's what I've studied as an academic thing. And when I was on leave from Columbia and working at the Fed, I got really interested in Al Gore's proposal to have a BTU tax. And so Gib Metcalf and I wrote a paper that subsequently was peer-reviewed and everything's been cited a zillion times on the economic effects of the BTU tax and a carbon tax. And Alan Greenspan read the paper and said, it's a good paper, but we're not going to publish it until after Congress is finished debating this policy, because we don't want the Fed to stick their nose into every fiscal policy question, because our job is to preserve independence for monetary policy. And they held my paper up for about a year, and then it came out. And now, if you look at what's going on, you've got regional bank presidents criticizing every move that President Trump makes. It's fiscal policy. That's just not what the Fed tradition is.
We'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for the time.
Thanks for having me.
Welcome Michael Dell of Dell Technologies and Reid Albergotti of Semafor.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you, Michael.
Sure thing.
Thank you all for coming. So someone told me this meme that when you start a new job and you get a Dell computer, you've got a job for life. When you get an Apple computer, you're laid off within a year. I don't know what that means about your brand. What do you think?
I have not heard that, but it sounds right. Yeah.
It sounds about right. When you were first starting Dell, I mean, you had to teach the market really about how to value the company. And I think there's something similar happening with AI right now. What have you learned sort of in your years in the technology industry about this question, which is like, are we in an AI bubble right now? Is this stuff overvalued?
When I look at the demand that we see, from our customers, and apparently people love tokens, right? So there's a lot of demand for these tokens. The demand is in excess of the supply by a lot, and so I think it would be hard for there to be a bubble right now, just because there's not enough supply. Now, if you sort of step back and you say, well, what's really happening here? Why is all this? Why are we talking about this AI stuff? Well, it turns out that this is a pretty big change. And the way to think about this change is we had roughly 60 years of calculating and computing, and now we have this new platform for thinking and intelligence. And it's just fundamentally different. You can do different things with it. And, if you remember in November of 22, when ChatGPT came out, everybody kind of said, oh, well, that's pretty cool, and people started using that. But now you have something that is evolving to a kind of abundant digital intelligence, right? And when you have a platform for thinking and intelligence, people start building clever things on top of it. You see this, these agents, and you see recursive self-improvement. And when I look at the demand vectors well, first of all, you sort of step back and say, well, how big is the demand for intelligence? Well, that might actually be the biggest market ever, because you're talking about accelerating all kinds of scientific discovery, any sort of human endeavor that is cognitive is going to be improved. And so, I think we're still in the relatively early stages of this, and I actually think there's sort of two distinct phases that are sort of becoming apparent. The first is what you would think of as tools, where you're human, you have now this tool, and it helps you do your job more effectively. You're like, wow, that's pretty cool. Now I can do this 10% better, or 20% better, 30% better, and that usually doesn't happen, but it seems to be happening with AI. But in organizations, we're now seeing another phase of this, which is really reimagining the entire workflows, and that is a kind of exponential or even parabolic change in how productivity is occurring, and you're seeing sightings of that. But I think we're just at the beginning of that. You think of that as like the agents, right?
Right.
And maybe 10 or 15% of companies are figuring out how to use tools, and the rest of them are not quite there yet. Yeah. But in the workflow reimagining, we might just be like in the first 1 or 2% of that.
It even seems like in the last few months, it's totally changed, and people are using this like massive amounts of tokens, as you said, on these agentic workflows.
Yeah, so it's hard to have a bubble when you can't get enough tokens, right?
Right. But it also, I wonder how it changes how we think about where those tokens are generated, because it's when they are scarce, you have to start thinking like, should I be generating these tokens on my home computer, on my on-premise server if I'm a company?
Yes.
How does that change your thinking at Dell?
So we see the demand for token generation being highly distributed, right? Yes, you're going to have big central clouds, particularly for training, but inference is actually going to occur much closer to where the data is generated. And the least expensive token is the one that is right where your data exists. It's on your phone, it's on your PC, right? And our infrastructure business, which makes servers and storage and networks, and we're 4 times bigger than the next biggest company in that area. It grew 73% last quarter. And actually, if you look at the growth of the last 10 quarters, it's been accelerating, and we think it'll grow even faster this quarter. We know it will. And so, yes, there is demand for these token-generating machines everywhere. Whether it's your individual device or servers and storage infrastructure that exist inside companies, in every factory, in every retail store, in every logistics hub. We have now 4,000 plus customers that have these Dell AI factories. And a few years ago, this was a couple of $1 billion, then it was $10 billion, then it was $25 billion. This year it's $50 billion, and the backlog keeps growing because the demand is very high for intelligence. People want more intelligence. If we show up at a company and we say, we've got this thing, okay, and if you get this thing, every person in your company gets 25 IQ points in everything they're doing. You want that, right? And you don't want to not have that if your competitor has it, because then you've got a real problem. So I think we're seeing a lot of companies wake up to what this technology can do. And it's also true that, like you said, it's evolving very quickly. The models are super powerful. They're also the worst they'll ever be, right? They're going to be better next month, the next year. And you have specialized models, you have open source models, you have small models, in addition to the frontier models. So very fast changing space, and of course all of it requires a lot of semiconductors and infrastructure and power and people to make it all happen.
And on that note, I mean, you can't supply as much as you'd like right now because memory is sort of limiting that, right? How much of a problem are these supply constraints for your growth right now, do you think?
So we expect we're going to grow substantially this year. We issued guidance for revenues of $140 billion, and we have the supply for that, okay? And we're working to get more. But it takes about 4 years to build a new semiconductor manufacturing plant. And the problem is, if you go back 4 years ago and you say what was happening then, Well, nobody was talking about all this stuff. So the lead time to actually, make the physics happen, to assemble all the atoms, if you will, is much, much longer than the speed of improvement in the models and the computer science. And so there's definitely not enough capacity for memory silicon and for advanced node semiconductors. These are the 2 and 3 nanometer semiconductors that go into microprocessors and networking and all the storage systems that we produce.
But we did have the CHIPS Act, right? And we did have this effort to ramp up semiconductor manufacturing here and abroad. So did we just not do enough? And is there something we should be doing now, do you think, as a country?
I think there definitely needs to be more investment. There is a lot of investment that's going into it, but you also have to understand that the demand is just growing much faster than anybody anticipated, and so there's sort of a mismatch in the timing of how fast the demand signal is changing relative to just the planning cycle. And certainly, Intel and TSMC and all these companies are investing a lot in fabrication facilities here in the United States. Samsung also, and we need that, but it takes years to build these plants.
So you and Susan helped get these Trump accounts, as we're calling them, funded and passed, and now you're out there trying to get companies to contribute to them. And I'm just wondering, what has to happen for those to become a successful long-term way for to grow wealth for the young generation?
Right. So on July 4th, 2026, it'll be the 250th birthday of the country, and every child in America will have an account. And the government is seeding the accounts of newborns born in 2025, 26, 27, 28. I think it will continue beyond that. And my wife and I decided to seed the accounts of 25 million American children ages 2 to 10 who live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And so, thank you. But you have to claim the child's account to actually get the account set up. But now we actually have others joining us, right? We have, Ray and Barbara Dalio matching our contribution in the state of Connecticut. So now instead of $250, it's $500. We have Brad Gerstner, who really deserves a lot of credit for this whole Invest America idea, which I first heard about in 2021, doing the same thing in the state of Indiana. We have people who have said, I'm going to do this in my city, like in Oakland or in San Francisco. There's going to be a number of other announcements like that. You'll see individuals adopting zip codes or school districts or 10 people in your neighborhood. And now we have hundreds and soon thousands of companies that are contributing also to these accounts, generally matching the government's contributions. Think of this as like a 401k at birth. And so the cumulative effect of this over time is you've got the power of compounding, and you've got more young Americans learning about capital and capitalism. Unfortunately, we have a system today where 40% of people have no equity whatsoever. And so, if they happen to stumble on a financial news channel and they see numbers and graphs and things, it's like gobbledygook, right? So there's not really a great reason to learn about capital or capitalism if you don't have any. And so I think about this in a way, it's like, how do we take the promise that was made 250 years ago in 1776 and continue that on for the next 250 years?
I also, to bring it back to AI, I kind of wonder all the time about how, there's going to be this massive wealth creation that we're already starting to see in Silicon Valley. Like, how are people actually going to benefit from that? Is this a way, do you think, for sort of your average American to benefit from the things that are happening in in Silicon Valley?
I think it's a start in that direction for sure. Absolutely.
Do you think a lot of these AI companies will be a big part of that? I mean, they can't be in the private markets, obviously, right?
Well, so today, as it's defined, it's basically the S&P 500, right? So all the companies that are in the S&P 500, of course, it is led by the tech sector. All those companies will be in that, and imagine a 10-year-old. They're learning about. Well, first of all, we have about 2/3 of the states require some education in financial literacy. Okay, hopefully we get all of them to teach some financial literacy. And so now you're 10 years old. You pull up your Invest America account and you see, oh, I've got a little bit of NVIDIA and Microsoft and Tesla and let's say SpaceX goes public. It's on there as well. And so you see you've got a piece of all these companies. And when I was 8 years old, I had a passbook savings account, and I learned about compounding. You'd go and they'd stamp this little book. You're too young to have things like this, but they would stamp the little book, and you'd see, okay, now my money grew a little bit because of interest, and I learned about compound interest. And my mother was a stockbroker, so she taught me about companies and investing and those kinds of things. So if we can spark that kind of interest in some of these 73 million children out there, that'll be a great thing.
Yeah. And speaking of that kind of stuff, as we run out of time, just want to know really quick, do you see Dell as potentially taking advantage of the credit markets in this next phase of the build out? I mean, it seems like an obvious potential superpower for you.
We are cash generative, and we are paying down debt, and we increased our dividend by 20%, and we really don't need more capital, and we're buying back our stock. So thank you very much, though, but for now, we're good.
We are out of time. Thank you. I don't know. Great.
Welcome Blake LeWitt of LinkedIn and Mirabella Brocaut L. Bays of Semafor.
Good afternoon, Blake.
Hi, Mirabella. How you doing?
Thanks for joining us today.
Thanks.
We're going to close this out. We called this the after party.
This is the after party, folks.
So Blake, you're LinkedIn's global chief global affairs officer and chief legal officer.
Yeah.
And we were talking backstage about how within that remit, you're also overseeing LinkedIn's economic graph, which is a kind of real-time data system that kind of scrapes users' data, but in a way that enables you to kind of sit on a trove of insights from across your users. And I'm just curious to start with hearing a bit from you about what you're seeing within that data. I think in particular, there's such a narrative around kind of AI kind of hollowing out jobs, suppressing hiring. Is that what you're seeing, or kind of what do you think that's getting wrong in the way we're talking about AI and employment?
Yeah, so obviously people have a lot of takes right now on what AI is doing to jobs and the workforce. I like Stephen A. Smith as much as the next guy, but I also like to look at not just sort of takes, but what do you see in facts and data. We do have, at LinkedIn, we have an economic graph, which is, over 1 billion members. We've got companies, jobs, skills. It's really an amazing real-time view of what's happening in the labor market. And we've looked because everybody wants to know the answer to this question, is AI impacting jobs right now? And we've looked at it, and honestly, we haven't seen it. What we see right now is, if you go back to, yes, hiring is down. It's down about 20% since 2022. But it seems much more related to a rise in interest rates around that time.
And we have not seen the sort of impacts that you would expect to see in areas that everyone's talking about AI. So everyone, like industries, whether or not it's customer support or administrative or marketing, all these places that if we were seeing impacts to AI, that's where it would be. Yes, hiring's down, but not down more. Everybody's concerned about entry-level hiring, right? Everybody is out there saying, okay, are my college-age kids going to be able to get a job? We've looked at the data again, and hiring down, but not down more than folks who are middle career or late career. So our conclusion right now, again, based on facts, not takes, based on this amazing trove of data right now, is that not yet. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the future, but not yet.
I think, I'm sure a lot of us are kind of surprised about what you're saying. LinkedIn has such a distinctive view kind of in how the world of work is changing. What's your view on the future? How do you see kind of the role of humans versus the role of kind of agents playing a role kind of in the workforce kind of moving forward?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is like everybody else, I don't know, but what I do know is what people want. And what people want, you can see this in polling. If you look at it across the political spectrum, if you ask people and you ask them, when it comes to AI and workforce, what do you want the government to do? You want them to help people get good, high-paying jobs? Do you want to give them a check, UBI, or do you want the government to do nothing? Majorities of Democrats, Independents, Republicans, they say, yeah, I'll choose the jobs. And I'm not sure. Have you seen the movie WALL-E?
A long time ago.
A long time ago. Okay. Well, I've yet to come up to somebody who said to me, like, I've seen those guys in the chairs riding around on the motorized scooters drinking sodas. That's for me. Give me a check. I haven't seen that yet. Right? So then the question becomes, if what people want in a workforce in the future is good, high-paying jobs in an AI economy, how do you do that? Mm-hmm. So for us, again, looking at this data that we have across the economy, we really think that every job, if you look at it, can be broken down to a bundle of tasks. It's a bunch of tasks and a set of skills that need to do that task. For us, 3 buckets. Think of it as 3 buckets. First, it's the ones that AI is really good at fully doing by itself. So right now, it's things like summarizing stuff. It might be a first draft. That second bucket is, what is the skills that we have that AI makes you better as a human, right? And a lot of that is going to be things like iterating, second draft, editing, all of those things where it's like AI is augmenting. And then there's a crucial third bucket that a lot of people don't even really think about, and that's those human skills, right? Communication. You and I sitting on a stage, being backstage, talking about like where to get the best pizza in Berkeley.
We have very strong opinions.
Yeah, we have very strong opinions. But like that human-to-human communication, things like curiosity, judgment, these things are not going away. And so the question is, how do we shift the workforce of now to be prepared for the future and really looking in those second 2 buckets of how AI makes you better and those things that AI is never going to replace?
So obviously skills, human skills, but skills broadly are so central and the key to success. I think in that case, how do you develop a workforce with the right skills? And will kind of the way we hire fundamentally have to change because of that?
So on this one, the skills that are needed are changing. Mm-hmm. Like we all would like things, or many of us would like things not to change. But whether we like it or not, things are changing. We've looked at the skills that are needed to do the average job in the last several years have changed 25%. We expect at LinkedIn that that's going to be 70%. 70% of the skills necessary to do the average job is going to change by 2030. So, hey, even if you're not changing jobs, your job's changing on you. So we like to think in this country that we're ahead when it comes to AI skills. We like to think that, and we are, there's different aspects of AI that we are ahead in this country, but actually if you look at Microsoft's AI adoption index, the United States is 24th on AI adoption, way behind Singapore, behind the UAE. So how do we get the workforce of the future to come and start embracing this? To me, it's about 3 things. Teach, train, measure. Obviously, we need to be doing a better job on the education system, K-12, but beyond that, like working through grants to community college. How do we make sure that my girls are in school? And yes, they need to learn to write without AI. Mm-hmm. They need to learn to think without AI. But we also should be having courses and skills that teach them how to use AI, right? Second, train. We need to be getting into the workplace and doing things like having an AI innovation adoption fund. So if employers are using funds to train workers for these key skills, we do matching. We can set up lifelong learning accounts for workers because, again, this is not going to stop. It's not going to change. It's going to be a lifelong thing. Finally, measure. For us on the LinkedIn side, one of the things we got to do for sure is be this early warning system. We're, like I told you, not yet at the beginning. Yeah. We're going to keep watching, and we're going to tell people so they can make good decisions both in their careers individually and as an economy more broadly. And secondly, we're trying to build a way where when you are using these tools, it can show up as verified as a skill on your LinkedIn profile. So we have a new program called Verified Skills. We're working with companies like Replit, Lovable. We'll be working others. And again, it's not about like, are you the best? Are you this or that? It's just, are you using the skill? Are you using the tool at all? Because we just need to get up and start using the use our skills. And I'm going to use the skill of public speaking and try and speak about it. But like, use these tools is the first thing.
I'd love to, just because we're running out of time, and I'd love to just kind of close with a bit of an eye towards the future.
Yeah.
I think, obviously there are folks who are worried or who are worried for their children or who are worried for future generations and are concerned about a lot of what they're hearing around AI and the workforce. I guess, what would you tell them to assuage some of those fears or to address those fears? And I guess, maybe it's the same answer or maybe it's a second question, but what are you kind of most optimistic about?
Yeah. I think they're a little different. Yeah. So on the thing about dealing with your fears, first of all, it's okay to have fears. Recognize it, name it. That's okay. But here's the thing I tell people of all ages, but particularly younger folks, which is you're not behind. Everybody thinks that they're behind and they can't catch up. Like this, the future is not written. Nobody else knows what they're doing with this either, right? Nobody else, like these tools are new. Nobody knows how to use them. Just get up and start trying and start playing around and start using them, and then you are not behind. And secondly, like what makes me optimistic, these tools are kind of incredible, right? In that the way they are going to change things is it really is going to be less and less about, there's going to be like a small group of people who need these coding skills, these technical skills to build the stuff, but then the rest of us are just going to be limited by our imaginations. It's going to be who has the best idea, who can iterate, who's the most creative. And like, yes, at the end of the day, at the Semafor World Economy Conference, right, in the 250th anniversary of our country, like, America has had a history of innovating, and a history of embracing change, and a history of being the most creative. So honestly, like, if I'm going to, despite what I said earlier about adoption, if we can get that adoption up, I mean, I'll bet on America.
What a note to end on. Blake, thanks so much for your time today, and thanks to all of you for joining us.
Thank you for attending today's live journalism, and to our partner Coupang. We hope to see you again tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. here at the Conrad.
Gross.